With its harbour location, views and iconic architecture, Sydney, the capital of New South Wales, is one of the most spectacular cities in the world. And for a second consecutive year, Sydney Olympic Park, home of the 2000 Olympic Games, plays host to the Star Australian Open, the fifth event on the 12-tournament MetLife BWF World Superseries, the elite tier of tournaments in the sport of badminton. Fifth event on the Super Series tour, but the first within the Olympic qualifying period prior to next year's Games in Rio. And that opportunity to gain precious Olympic qualifying points has attracted the biggest stars, and that's reflected in the semi-final lineup that you can see here today. 5 matches for you this afternoon, and we're starting with mixed doubles and a repeat of the recent Asian Championships. Li and Chao from Hong Kong up against Ahmad and Natsir, the 2013 world champions. Then women's doubles, and we've got the Asian champions against the European champions, Ma Jin and Tan Xuan Ting of China up against Pedersen and Rute Yul of Denmark. Then men's singles and an all-Danish affair with Jorgensen against Axelsen. Women's singles, Sung Ji-hyun against the reigning world champion Carolina Marin. And finally, the men's doubles and the defending champions in that, Lee Yongdae and Yu Yang-sung. So it is a terrific semi-finals lineup, and as you can see, the players already on court for the first of our semi-finals, the mixed doubles. Tontowi Ahmad and Liliana Natsir, former world champions, number 2 seeds, against this surprise pair in the semi-final, unseeded Lee Chung-hae and Chao Hoi-hwa of Hong Kong. I'm Jill Clark, delighted to say that sitting alongside me is Steen Pedersen, former head coach to the Danish national team. And really, I think it's been a resurgence from the Hong Kong pair. We saw them about 18 months ago doing really well, and they've had a bit of a lean period, but doing well again this year.
Yeah, and I think they've sort of flown a little bit under the radar, but the Asian Championships should have warned the Danes, Fischer, Nielsen and Pedersen, who lost in 3 games yesterday, and we saw the Hong Kong pair playing really well.
Yeah. Well, if you were with us yesterday, you will have seen this man playing very well indeed, because Tontowi Ahmad and Liliana Natsir absolutely disposed of the married couple, Chris and Gabby Adcock, number 6 seeds, in 2 straight games. It was under 30 minutes of play. It really was astonishing. But as you say, Steen, this pair from Hong Kong, we're looking at Lee Chun-hae, the 21-year-old, born in Sha Tin in Hong Kong. They caused a huge upset yesterday, as you mentioned, beating the number 3 seeds, the Olympic bronze medalists and 2 times World Championship bronze medalists as well. But here are the number 2 seeds, world ranking of 3. They have been as high as 2, and they're number 2 on the Super Series standings at the moment as well. Their year win-loss record translates into 2 finals from 5 tournaments. And as you can see, that match yesterday, their quarter-final against Mr. and Mrs. Adcock, well, it really was very impressive, having gone to 3 games the day before against the qualifiers, Sonoda and Fukuman. So to their opponents and the left and right-handed combination, the Hong Kong pair will be the second left and right-handed combination in consecutive days that the Indonesian players have played against. But of course today it is the other way round, in that Choi Hoi-hwa is the left-hander. Yesterday it was Chris Adcock, the left-hander. Not seeded 13 in the world ranking. As you can see, they have been as high as 6. Now, their last 2 matches, they've been pushed the full distance, and that's not surprising, because in the second round it was against the number 8 seeds, the Asian Games bronze medalists Praveen Jordan and Debbie Susanto, and in the quarterfinal, as we say, against the Olympic bronze medalists. We look at our court officials for today's match. International court officials, neutrality assured in each of our semi-final contests. Well, this will be the 4th meeting between these 2 pairs. And the last time that they met, of course, was in the recent Asian Championships. 3 previous encounters between these two pairs, all won by the Indonesian pair. So this pair from Hong Kong need to turn things around if they are to reach their first ever Super Series tournament final. This their 3rd semi-final at Super Series level, but they've never progressed beyond that point.
Ladies and gentlemen, on my right, Lee Chun-hei, Reginald, and Chai Hoi-hwa, Hong Kong, China. And on my left, Tantowi Ahmad and Liliana Natsir, Indonesia. Chai Hoi-hwa to serve, to Liliana Natsir, love all, play.
So the unseeded pair of Lee Chun-hei and Chai Hoi-hwa getting this semi-final underway. Pushed it just wide.
Service over,
Former
1
world junior
love.
champion Lee Chun-hei in the men's doubles discipline with Enki Long.
Service over, 1 all.
Oh, we were talking yesterday, Steen, about the drift in this
Service over,
lovely
2,
arena here.
1.
Yeah, we think it's sort of goes from the Hong Kong pair towards the Indonesians. So Hong Kong pair has to be a little bit careful playing the
Service
baseline.
over, 2 all. Three, 2.
Oh, that's a clever smash, isn't it? Across the body.
Service
Natural
over,
to wait,
3
defending
all.
on the backhand stance. Technically, it's actually an easier shot to play than defending forehand. And you can switch it across the body towards the forehand side of the left-hander. That's very clever indeed. Yeah, well, that emphasising the point you made.
4,
Got to be careful
3.
with those pushes deep in court. Tendency for it to go long.
I was watching the match yesterday between Lee and Chow and Fischer and Pedersen, and one of the things that they were really good at was changing the defense around, turning the defense around to offense, and
Service over,
that's probably
4
a key point to this game as well.
Thank you, President.
We've seen the Indonesians very, very dominant in attacking positions. Very strong smash from Tontowi Ahmad. So will the Hong Kong pair be able to turn it around? That's the question.
Yeah.
Service over, 5,
Well, first
4.
female player to win 3 World Championship titles, Liliana Natsir. From Manado, right in the north of North Sulawesi.
Well played by Chow.
Service over, 5 all. Shuttle. Change.
Yeah, she has a great reading of the game, doesn't she?
Yeah, and there's not too many left-handed female mixed doubles players. I can think of Camilla Rutayul and Chang Yinat. but that's pretty much
Yeah.
it. There might be someone else, of course, but she's doing well, Chow, and seeks the net a lot, likes to be there.
Yeah, the former mixed doubles very good player. I don't know why she doesn't still play mixed doubles. Left-hander is Dwala Gutta. Oh, he's missed it. Yeah, that's way long of the back line.
6-5. Service over, 6-all.
Well, she is also a
It's
player
over.
who reads the game
7-6.
so well. Liliana Nasir. Intercepting that one nicely, but just missing. Oh, she missed another one down in the same place.
8-6.
And that's a good sign for Lee and Chow, because one thing you definitely don't want, you don't want to get Liliana Natsir started in the game.
Nine, 6.
Oh, that is good. And there is that sort of counter-attack, that drive
10-6.
defence deep into the back corner that you were talking about. Look at that.
Interval.
5-point advantage to the Hong Kong pair, unseeded Hong Kong pair. We're at the mid-game interval. Just 6 minutes of play. Well, I should think the Hong Kong coach will be exceedingly happy with his players at the moment. Really have started this match very well indeed.
Liliana. It is green. Court 1, 20 seconds. Court 1, 20 seconds.
Often see in the mixed doubles the use of the mid-court area. Push it past the front court player, which is usually the lady on court, and make the shuttle land in front of the rear court player. Standard tactics in mixed doubles. So 11-6.
Definitely not afraid of lifting
No.
to Tantovi Ahmad.
12.
And that surprises you?
Yeah, a little bit, but it's quite consistent with what I saw yesterday, that they were lifting against Joachim Fischer and successful. And I think, or I was wondering whether it's a little bit of a disadvantage that Natsir and Ahmad had such an easy game yesterday.
Service over. 7, 12.
And the theory behind that comment is that they didn't sharpen themselves up enough?
Yeah, it was a very, very easy game, just under half an hour against Adcox, and maybe they're not really up to the speed.
Oh my goodness, look at that defence. And that. Yeah, I'm not sure I'd attack on Liliana Nasir.
No.
Yeah, again. Oh,
Excellent.
Lovely. Lovely play.
Service over. 13-7.
Well, she has got a glorious defence, and I suppose she was expecting her partner to cover the net area there.
Thank you.
that's clever. Now that's the mid-court area I was talking about.
14-7.
And they're vulnerable there, the Indonesians. If you can hit that spot, the mid-court area, and get it below the tape at the same time, you have some really good possibilities. But I'm surprised. 14-7 lead.
Yeah.
Not what I expected. And what was their head-to-head score?
3 previous matches, all won by the Indonesians. Yeah. And only once has it been to 3 games. That was the first time.
Another good rally here. And so refreshing to see a sort of new pair doing well. It's not a new pair, but it's they're not regulars in the semi-final stage.
No, only 2 previous semi-finals. Their home event in Hong Kong in 2013 and the Japan Open last year. Compare that to the Indonesians. 17 Super Series tournament finals, having won 11 of them. So this Indonesian pair vastly more experienced.
They're fighting now to get into this game. The Indonesians. First game probably gone, but important to get some confidence ahead of the next 2.
Mind you, we saw in the women's singles quarterfinal yesterday a player coming back from a 9-point deficit in one of the games.
Yeah.
So it's not impossible, but improbable. No, this is astonishing, isn't it? Eleven of the last 12 points. It's it long.
18-7.
And I noticed the first round match where they beat the Russians Durkin and Vislova quite easy. Lee and Chow. I thought that was a big win. And then Jordan and Susanto, who's been doing well.
Yeah.
Good win, and another good win yesterday. So in some ways they should have been warned, the Indonesians.
Yeah.
He's not getting through, but perhaps not. Also not making the biggest of efforts now because they know that this game is gone. Still, I think it's important to find ways to score points that you can use for the next game, and also give the coaches some ideas because they've been outplayed in this first game. So what should the coaches say? That's what they're doing really well. Lee and Chow working the backcourt player from side to side.
Oh.
Over.
Game points are plenty.
Game point 8. Game.
Unbelievable. 21-8. And it was 6-all, just seems a moment to go. 12 minutes for the opening game. As confirmed by the umpire, 21-8. Well, Steen, that was absolutely astonishing.
There's nothing much to say here.
Yeah, keep doing the same thing. That's the only advice from the Hong Kong coach. I suppose the fact that there's the drift to consider, but that will probably suit them better, hitting into the wind. Oh, the Indonesians, I think, need plan B. Yeah, she really has been outstanding, I think. Shall pull you up?
They've been in total control.
Yeah, look at that again.
Good,
yeah.
Challenging Natsir at the net.
Yeah, and a nice change of pace as well. Well, in a way, you can hardly fault the Hong Kong pair in that opening game. And that's against former world champions.
Court 1, 20 seconds. Court 1, 20 seconds.
Sea, sand and the surf. Very much a part of the life here in Sydney. Yeah, it looks beautiful, doesn't it?
Wet, please. Wet, please. Second game. Love all.
I think the Hong Kong coach was the former international men's doubles player Chen Kang.
That's right.
So that's a coach who knows what he's talking about.
Okay, so from your perspective, because you are probably one of the most experienced coaches in the world, if you had the opportunity to speak to the Indonesian pair, yeah, what on earth do you say?
Yeah, well, they have to start all over and they have to sort of change their mindset.
Yeah.
This is going to be tough. This is going to be a really tough day at the office if they're going to win this match, because they've started the Hong Kong pair. So the game plan is basically the same. They just have to be a little bit more patient.
So do you actually say as a coach to your players, come on, you've got to change the mindset, you've got to step up a gear?
Yeah, here I think I would, because it's such a big defeat in the first game. So I would try to emphasize something really big, so to speak. Here he's a little bit impatient here, Ahmad, and he gets counter-attacked every time. So it's so important for the Indonesians to keep control, and they won't get through easy.
Yeah, and it's astonishing, that last rally, that both the Indonesian players rushing forward to the net. What on earth was Tontowi Ahmad thinking about?
Yeah.
Oh, it's just long.
Service over. 4-1.
But a good start. Definitely what they needed.
Oh, that's sweet. Oh, my goodness me.
Fantastic coverage by Lee Chung-hei.
Service over. 2-4.
Look at that. Oh, in the back. A little bit of trickery, but in the end to no avail.
Good anticipation. Not afraid to leave the back court.
Well, she looks down towards the line.
Service
As
over.
if to say to herself, Nina, I've taken that.
Yeah.
I had my doubts myself. Yeah, I
It's
think
going to go wide.
it was going to go wide, wasn't
A
it?
little jump from Lee. He thought so too.
Yeah.
Well,
That's a good return of serve. I know it was a little bit lucky.
that was 100%.
Over.
Yeah.
3-5.
Yeah, it's just that little
Service
push
over.
down towards
6-3.
that mid-court area. See it time and time again, especially on the return of serve. Oh, look at that again.
He's simply not getting through with the first smash.
It's gone long.
Amat.
So what do you recommend? Take some
drop
patience.
Drop shot, steep smash. The first smash cannot be full power because they're too good in the defense, Chow and Lee.
Oh, he's missed that as well, but he's saying that the Indonesians touch the shuttle. Take a look at this. He swings his racket at it, certainly. Ooh, I'm not sure. Well, certainly wasn't called by the umpire.
No. Of course, the umpire must be totally certain that Amat had touched it in order to call it, and it was really, really difficult to see, so I think he made the right decision.
Good serve. I was just going to say, I think that Nasir is beginning to hunt the shuttle a little bit more now.
She's getting more and more into the game.
Yeah.
And if I were the Hong Kong pair, I would try to aim my service returns at Amat. Look at that.
Yeah.
She's so active right now.
10-4.
Yeah, you've got to question why she wasn't active like this in the opening game. I know that the Hong Kong pair played very well, but they have upped their game. They have upped their pace, the former world champions. Good flick serve.
But they've been lucky on a couple of shots as well. It could just as easily have been 7-all. Now this is good play. Very patient attack.
11-4 interval.
So it's a 7-point advantage here in the second game to the number 2 seeds, Ahmad and Nasir. Well, they say the trait of a champion is the ability to fight back. And after a disastrous opening game, the Indonesians have indeed upped their level, upped their intensity, upped their work rate. Far more aggressive in their style. How many downward shots in that rally? Yeah, that was a clever play, wasn't it? So 11-4. Yeah, now that's the return of serve that you don't like.
Yeah, it sort of gives Nasir the chance to play the deciding role in the rally.
Yeah. Good work from Hoiwa.
It's over. 5-12.
Yeah, good serve. But good return as well. But I like the idea of flicking Nasir to get her away from the net.
Yeah, shoulders a little slumped from Lee Chun-hei. There now. Player's not ready. Let called.
Excellent play by Nasir.
15-5.
Such a fantastic touch. There's not a lot of room there in the mid-court area between the two Hong Kong players, but she finds it. And now the tables are totally turned compared to the first game.
16-5.
Oh, it's astonishing, isn't it? Oh, service fault called, struck above the waist.
Over 6-16.
Oh, it's called good.
7-16.
Not worth a challenge when you're this far in front.
No.
Only 2 challenges per match. Oh, great intersection. Zhao Huihua, absolutely alert. Oh, that's difficult from the round the head position there as well.
Yeah, normally left-handers are not that good at covering the round the head at the net. But that's not true for this lady.
Former winner of the Australian Open back in 2009. Zhao Huihua playing with Johan Hadikusuma Wiratama. Oh, goodness, total confusion between the 2 Indonesian players. That's the 2nd or 3rd time that they've completely
9-17.
losing, I don't know whether it's concentration, but certainly communication. Surely that had to be Tontowi Ahmad's. And he was very, very late to react.
It's also that Natsir is not moving towards the net because she probably senses that her partner's not going to attack here, so no sensing me moving towards the net, and that probably puzzles him a little bit.
Yeah, good judgment.
Service over 18-9.
Using too much energy here. The Hong Kong pair
19-9.
preparing themselves for the 3rd game.
Yeah. There's just 2 points needed by the number 2 seeds to take game number 2. Oh, yeah. Easy put away.
20 game point
No,
9.
this has been an extraordinary semi-final so far.
Game.
Yep, 1 game all. 21-9, that second
won
game.
by Tontowi Ahmad and Liliana Natsir,
27 minutes
21-9. 1
only,
game all.
and it's 1 game apiece. Nova Widianto, former mixed doubles partner of Liliana Natsir and now her coach. It's a scenario that seems to work very well. Of course, they won 2 world titles together.
He knows perfectly what Liliana Natsir is capable of.
Yeah, and we saw a lot of what she was capable of here in this second game, didn't we? Yeah, that's when she got faulted for serving above the waist. Well, both the games we've witnessed so far have been so one-sided, it's difficult to make a call for this decider. Yeah, certainly looking more relaxed than they did after the first game. Indonesian pair. city of Sydney does cover a large area, doesn't it? But when you see it from the air like that, you can hardly believe it's really a city. So much greenery, so much sea. And of course, those iconic structures, the Opera House and the Sydney Harbour Bridge.
Final game. Level. Play.
Oh, serve is short. Ominous start by the Indonesians to this decider. That's nice. Very, very nice from the left-hander.
2-love.
Good rally. Oh my goodness, good exchange.
Well played and a good start for Chow and Lee.
3-love.
Directing a lot of shots in the beginning of the rally towards Tontowi Amat. But finishing it at Natsia. I have a strong feeling that it's Natsia who's the key player here. The Indonesians will try to get her to take responsibility, and the Hong Kong pair will try to avoid her being the dominant force at the net.
Service over. 1-3.
Oh, complete miss hit.
Yeah.
Came off the frame of the racket from Lee Chun-hei.
Service over. 4-1.
Yeah, that one there.
Thank you, players.
It's a bad third shot from
Service over.
Chow.
2-4.
This one.
Yeah. You were
Too
saying-
high mid-court.
You were saying earlier on, as long as the mid-court shot is below net height, can't be above net height, because that's what happens. Yeah, good rally.
It's the same problem again. They for the Hong Kong pair, they give the initiative to Tontowi Amat on the mid-court, and it's really hard to defend from that position. So they need to make sure that when they're lifting to the Indonesians, they have the correct length. Then they are able to defend them. We saw that in the first game.
For all. Service over. 5-4.
Good use of the body smash.
Thank you.
Oh, seemed to be a little skip after that. Did she hurt herself?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nothing serious, but maybe twisted her ankle just a little bit.
The lucky net cords for Hoiwa.
7-4.
Yeah, trying to push deep in court, but it caught the net cord, just tumbled over. And there, the frustration for Tintori Ahmad. Going to turn 29 in 6 days' time, this young lady. Born in Canada.
7-4.
Now representing Hong Kong.
Play.
It's way long.
8.
Well, I'm really surprised at this, Steen, because I had it in my mind that it was more difficult to play from this near side of the court with the drift and with the conditions, but
Yeah.
both pairs have had more success from this near side. Oof, look at that. Look
Fantastic.
at that. Yeah.
I do think, though, that the first shot probably would have gone wide, but that backhand shot is fantastic.
Oh, pushed it long. You know, I'm seriously wondering whether the drift has changed.
Yeah, or maybe it's gone.
9-5.
Yeah.
Because we saw the Hong Kong pair commit a lot of errors on the baseline in the second game. And now this from Natsir.
Good placement of the smash. Hesitation.
6-9.
2 Hong Kong players.
Yeah, and it was actually to the middle of the court, wasn't it? Yeah. No. Across the court. Yeah.
Good rally. Very good rally.
Service over. 10-6.
Yeah, he's trying to cut down that mid-court area, isn't he, Ahmad? But he is leaving himself vulnerable to the pushes deep into the back corners.
Thank you. 10-6. Play.
Touched it. Fault is called.
11-6. Interval.
And
Change ends.
5 points the advantage to the Hong Kong pair against the number 2 seeds here in this deciding game. Yeah, there was the touch. Clearly see it. Well, I think the Hong Kong coach was saying something about the mid-court areas.
Yeah, and they simply need to play the back court as well in order to keep the mid court open. Otherwise, if they only try to play the mid court, Tintori will move forward and sort of shut that area down. Very interesting to see the first couple of lifts or flat shots to the back court from the Hong Kong pair in order to sort of gauge the drift, if there is any.
Play.
Oh, I always think it's important as a player when you've changed ends in the deciding game. Always nice to keep the score moving. Well, once again, did you see that little almost stretch or shake of that right leg from Liliana Narcia? Definitely tweaked a muscle or ankle.
Thank you, please.
Just wide.
Service over. 7-13.
Oh, that was good defence from Lee.
Counter attack.
8-13.
Well,
Service over. 14.
obvious return to that serve out wide was straight. Narcia unable to deal with it. Oh, that's extraordinary. Unable to capitalise on Liliana Narcia being down on the floor.
Not really in a good position for that smash. Amat.
Yeah, one feels that if you're off balance like that, you're better to keep it straight, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, good return of serve. And you just get the feeling, Steen, that if the Indonesians are to come through this, they've really got to start making their move right now.
Yeah, and I also think that Lee looks quite eager to win this match, and of course you can't blame him, but will he get a little bit more nervous if the Indonesians are closing in?
Yeah, well, that's the big question mark, isn't it?
Oh, that's good. That's very, very good. He simply trusts his partner will be able to put enough pressure on so that he can cover the other side. Excellent play by Lee and Chow.
Service over. 11-16. Play.
Oh, that's brilliant play by the Hong Kong pair. My goodness me.
Service over.
All-out attack, taking the shuttle early. Yeah, look at the frustration from Nasir. Little stamp of the foot. Oh.
Yeah. They played a perfect third game so far, Li and Chao. And it sort of also puts their victory yesterday against the Danes into some context, because I know the Danes, they were really disappointed about that loss yesterday, but we must say that they're playing really well.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't mind seeing them again tomorrow in the final.
Me neither.
Would be interesting.
Well, it would be interesting, but they've got to put that out of their minds. 3 points away from their first ever Super Series tournament final. That's good defence. Finally goes for the acute angle.
He just wanted to win that one.
18.
Totally all out. And he sliced that one a little bit, and that worked well for him.
Well, it really is now or never as far as the Indonesians are concerned. Well, a little surprised that the umpire allowing the players to tell down at this stage of the match.
Yeah, they all four seemed ready to start the rally. Quite strong legs there on Lee Chun-hui.
Yeah, he's a strong athlete. Well, I thought the Indonesians slightly lucky to get away with that. This half-court push.
Yeah.
Too loose.
Okay. One more point, and they're back in it. Little pause in the game there, and Chao looking out at Coach Kang.
Confusion. Well, that's two consecutive rallies where there's been hesitation and confusion between the two Hong Kong players, and that's a sign of nerves to me.
Yes, definitely. They know that they're so close. They were leading 18-12.
18-11.
18-11. They know that they, in quotation, should win this game, but should is always dangerous.
Good block.
Yeah, that's a good rally for Chao and Lee.
And that will help settle the nerves for the Hong Kong pair. That was a huge rally.
see the problems again when Ahmad has to be precise and creative from below the tape. Very, very strong in the attack.
That is so well taken from Chao Hoi-Wa. My goodness me, just brushing that shuttle off the top of the tape to earn the Hong Kong pair 5 match point opportunities. Brilliant. First opportunity converted so well. 21-8, 9-21, 21-15 in the deciding game in a semi-final lasting 50 minutes. And for the Hong Kong pair tomorrow, they will contest their first ever Super Series tournament final, defeating the former world champions. Umpire confirming that scoreline. Well, what a remarkable semi-final. First 2 games so one-sided. But how well this Hong Kong pair played. Their first ever victory over Tontowi Ahmad and Liliana Nasir sees them through to their first ever Super Series tournament final. Well, you said right at the start, Steen, you'd noticed yesterday in their victory over the Olympic bronze medalists, it was the conversion of the defensive play into attacking play, the drive defence, and that's what served them so well on that match point opportunity. No, it really was a funny old match though, wasn't it? So much dependence, as so often is the case in mixed doubles, with the form of the female player at the front of the court. If you can dominate the front of the court, you tend to dominate the match. And if the female player is dominating that front court area, of course the male player can move his base position further up the court to that cover down those mid-court areas. But in all honesty, Steen, I think Tontowi Ahmad needs to think a little bit more about his attacking play.
Yeah, he was quite impatient, and he was counter-attacked almost every time.
Yeah, more variation required from him. Oh, that must be the most heavenly place to live, waking up in the morning looking at that view. So to the second of our semi-finals, and we turn our attention to women's doubles now after that excellent mixed doubles. And leading out the 2 pairs are the Asian champions, Ma Jin and Tan Xuan Ting, up against the European champions and number 2 seeds, Christina Pedersen and Camilla Rutejol.
Welcome.
So the first job of our umpire for this one, Trish Gubb of New Zealand, is the toss of the
green
coin.
or black? Green called. Green, your choice. Christina to serve.
No.
They will serve, yes. To receive. Are you happy on that side? Yes, thank you.
So Tan Kuan Ting, youngest player on court, making the decisions there about which end they will start. European champions against the Asian champions. So these two pairs, all four players highly experienced, although Tan Kuan Ting has, at the age of only 20, has only really in the last 12 months or so made her mark in world terms. So I can tell you that Margin on the left and Tan Kuan Ting on the right as we look at them. Seeded 5, 10 in the world ranking, and they're enjoying their second week at a career high. This is actually their first Super Series event of the year, and their year win-loss record translates into winning the Asian Championships. And there you can see, first 2 rounds against Korean opposition. Went the full distance in round number 1, but seem to have got better and better as the tournament has progressed against Reika Kakiwa and Mayuki Maeda yesterday, the number 3 seeds. That was very impressive indeed. 13 and 10 in 44 minutes. So to the European champions, number 2 seeds, world ranking of 5 at the moment, although they have been as high as 2. They were semi-finalists here last year when they were the number 1 seeds, lost out to Tiang Qing and Zhao Yunlei, are the Olympic champions, and now, of course, are the world champions. That Chinese pair went on to win the title last year. Their win-loss record for the year, 5 tournaments, 2 titles, Malaysian Grand Prix gold and German Grand Prix gold as well. Now look at that, all 3 matches so far in 2 straight games. So very convincing tournament so far as the Danish women's doubles pair are concerned. So both are course to officials from New Zealand, as I was saying. And this will be the 4th meeting between these 2 pairs. And as you can see with the previous 3, Ma Jin and Tan Kuan Ting have won 2 of them, including the last, which was in the last 16 of the Japan Open. It doesn't actually say, but that was the Japan Open last year. Hour and 18 minutes it was in Japan, so I hope we can look forward to another thrilling encounter between these 2 pairs. In fact, all 3 previous meetings have gone the full distance, gone to 3 games. The European champions wanting to go at least one better than they did last year when they lost at this stage of the Star Australian Open.
Ladies and gentlemen, on my right, Christina Pedersen, Camilla Rytterhjul, Denmark. On my left, Tang Yun Ting, Ma Jin, China. Christina Pedersen to serve to Ma Jin. Love all. Play.
So the number 2 seeds from Denmark getting this semi-final underway against the number 5 seeds and Asian champions Ma Jin and Tan Kuan Ting. And a very good start by the European champions.
Love.
Well, I have to say, Steen, I'm a little bit confused by the Chinese entries in the last few tournaments. Because I'm not quite sure who is going to play with who in this Olympic campaign. Of course, the Star Australian Open is the first Super Series event within the Olympic qualifying period, building up to Rio next year. And for Tang Yuan-Ting, well, she's already played 4 tournaments this year. She's been in 4 finals, winning 3 of them. 3 of them with 2 different partners. Of course, she won the Asian Championships with her partner of today. That was the last individual tournament she played. But she's also won a couple of titles with Bao Yi-Sin, the All England Championships and Swiss Grand Prix Gold the following week.
Yeah.
Well, what is happening? Who is going to be the partnerships for the Olympic campaign?
It's hard to say. We didn't see Bao Yi-Sin in any of the team matches at the Sudirman Cup, so perhaps she's nursing a small injury or something like that. But she's here and she's playing the mixed doubles. It also might be that this is the pair that they're sort of betting on in China. They've only lost to 3 non-Chinese pairings, and of course you can't blame them for playing the Asian champions. I feel though that what we saw at the All England with Tang Yuan-Ting and Bao Yi-Sin, that was really, really good. I feel this pair is a little bit more vulnerable. As I see, Ma Jin is a very, very strong front court player. I don't think she's as strong a back court player as Bao Yi-Sin is.
Yeah, that's interesting. Ma Jin, of course, Olympic silver medalist in the mixed doubles discipline, but lost yesterday. That was an interesting result as well. So all her concentration now on the women's doubles.
2.
And there's been a lot of tournaments recently where she's just played the mixed. She hasn't been paired in women's doubles unless it's been with Tang Yuan-Ting.
Well, certainly at the Sudirman Cup in Dongguan, it was a case of who's going to play with Tang Yuan-Ting today. Only 20 years of age, but in your opinion, I remember you saying quite categorically you felt she was the best player in the world at the moment in women's doubles.
Yeah. And that was pretty much based on the performance at the All England and Swiss Open.
Service over. 5, 3.
Good flick serve.
Yeah. Good return as well.
Service over.
Well, of course, this Danish
4,
combination
5.
missed the Sudirman Cup, the World Mixed Team Championships. And you made an interesting comment to me yesterday, or was it 2 days ago, Steen, when you said, well, they've been back home because they left the national training setup for a short while. Thankfully, that's all been resolved, and all the 5 players that missed the Sudirman Cup are now back in the national team, which I'm delighted about. But you said, well, they've been practicing against the boys the whole time instead of in the national training centre, and they look sharp, but because of it.
They look really sharp in the defence. They've been practicing with Joachim Fischer, with Mathias Bo and Carsten Mogensen for a month now, and that would not have been the case in the national team. They were been practicing with boys, definitely, but boys with lower standards, and
Service over.
it tends to be so that the higher playing standard you have, the higher standard you have as a feeder as well, because you understand the game a bit better, and knows what would be possible in these situations. So I would expect the Danish defense to be quite good in this match.
That said, I don't see them as a defensive pair. I see them very much as an attacking pair.
No, I don't agree. I
No?
don't agree. But I don't see them as I see them a little bit as the mixed double we just witnessed from the Hong Kong, where they're a counter-attacking pair, because they can attack, but if they're playing a good defense, I think
Service over.
they will have to work too hard to win it directly from the attack. So it's much better taking a more counter-attacking style. But the defense style is not working either. They can't just stand there in the defense and sort of move their opponents around. They have to do something.
Yeah.
They cannot withstand 10
Service over.
smashes in a row.
7.
That's not
Exactly.
possible.
5.
Exactly, because I mean, I don't see their defensive play as solid as their Chinese opponents, but that's the sort of thing that I see the Danish pair being so good at the follow-up and taking the half chances at the front of the court.
Yeah.
And that's a good
Service
return
over.
of serve.
6. 7.
Now, given her
7.
qualities as a
4.
mixed doubles player, Christina Pedersen, it's the sort of shot that she will be annoyed that she's missed. Of course, her partner, the tall left-hander, is a former world champion in the mixed doubles with Thomas Leybourne. Oh, missed it.
Yeah. I feel the Danes are rushing it a
7.
little bit here, and I don't know, maybe they're a little bit too afraid of the Chinese. I think when Majin is at the backcourt, there's absolutely nothing to be afraid of, and they should try to exploit that. Always Majin seeking forward, trying to play sort of a mixed doubles in the women's doubles.
Oh, lovely net cord.
Yeah.
9.
Of course, she
7.
is a former world #1 in the women's doubles with Wong Xiao Li, but
Yeah.
as you were saying, Steen, I mean, she's really been concentrating on the mixed doubles discipline.
And when she played with Wang Xiaoli, I think also she was the preferred net player there. So she's been having quite the same role in all her partnerships.
Service over.
And of course, the
8. 9.
objective for the Danes is to turn that around. And for all the pairs, put pressure. And it's quite clear the tactics. Put pressure on Majin, move her to the backcourt, and let's see if she can win it alone from there. And if she can, congratulations.
Service over. 10. 8.
So that might cause the Danes not to flick her again, but I think they should. They should just flick higher so that they can get in place. You saw that Camilla Rodriguez was hit while moving backwards.
No, it's a good smash. It was a woeful lift, though.
Service over. 9.
It's often the
10.
case with players that doesn't have a big smash. It's much better to give them height than to enable them to play the quick smash, because that's still pretty efficient. Whereas if they get a lot of time, they won't hit any harder than that. So that's a better tactic to do.
10. All.
Let's see if Christina Pedersen is flicking again. Probably not. She's quite a good short server.
Very good. I was going to say probably one of the best in the world, in my opinion. Oh,
Good.
good flick serve.
Yeah, and Majin was already on her way to the short service.
Powerful smash
Service
of Tai
over.
Yuan Ting.
11. 10.
Means
Interval.
that the Chinese combination have the advantage at the mid-game interval. Just 1 point in it, though.
Interesting that a lot of the discussion is with Ma Jin here.
Yeah.
Court 1, 20 seconds.
Oh, you can see that almost mixed doubles formation just there, didn't they? With Peterson really hugging the net position, allowing the tall left-hander to play from the back of the court.
$11-10. Tang to serve. Play.
Interesting that this
10.
Chinese combination have been in the final of the last 2 tournaments that they played. French Superseries in Paris last autumn, and then the only event they played this year, the Asia Championships in Wuhan. Oh, that's well taken, my goodness me.
Courage.
Service over. 11, 12.
That's the difficulty. Christina
13,
Pedersen tried to
11.
lift that defense long again, and it would have been better to just move forward in it. It was quite flat, the smash from Tang Yuanting. Move forward and try to challenge in the flat game.
Service fault
She
called.
moved her foot.
Move at her foot? My goodness
Service
me.
over.
Oh, that's a rarity,
Okay.
isn't it?
Yeah.
Dragging foot.
Yeah,
Dragging
well,
her foot.
Tang Yuan-Ting
12,
just
13.
confirming with the umpire what the problem was. Tang Yuan-Ting speaking very good English. Flick serve is long.
Service over. 14, 12. Service over. 13, 14.
Yeah, a little bit of a discussion. Should we be changing the tactics? Who's going for what? I suppose it must be quite difficult actually for Tang Yuan-Ting. I mean, this is third different partner this year. Played with Yu Yang in the Sudirman Cup and Bao Yi-Sin, as we were mentioning.
Yeah.
You know, you need to get settled in a partnership.
Yeah.
I always thought I needed to get settled in a partnership.
And the way I see it, she has to
Service
play
over.
a much more restricted game here.
15, 13.
There's some things that you can't do. In the defense, she should not move forward because it's clearly to the advantage of the Chinese pair that Ma Jin is at the net.
That's a good serve.
The Danes trying to
Service over.
cheer each other up.
14, 15.
back level.
Seems like the Danes are getting through with their attack on Tang Yunting. I was wondering whether it was too short, the lifts there.
Yeah. Good net play.
Service over.
Margin.
16,
Yeah.
15.
That's definitely not the area where you want to challenge her if you're a little bit late on the shuttle.
Well, great
17,
defence from
15.
Tang Yuan-ting, but too big a swing of the racket from Camilla Rutiul. I suppose the frustration, she hadn't already won the rally.
Yeah.
Yeah, completely mistimed it.
Directed the second last shot directly at the body of Tang Yunting and gives her a chance to survive.
Yeah, well,
Service over.
I mean,
16.
I know we've
17.
disagreed on this, but I'm seeing what I believe is more attacking play from the Danish pair, and
Yeah.
I think it's serving them well.
Yeah, it is. It is. And as long as Camilla Rutiul is able to work her way towards the net, she's really, really dangerous because almost nobody in the world can defend her then.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a nice idea earlier on in the rally. I
Service over.
thought the Danes needed to mix up the pace and the angles a little
18.
bit more with their
16.
attacking play.
Yeah.
And then when they tried the little block, it was a lovely idea, but wrong execution.
Miller.
That's well played defense.
Oh, brilliant. What a good rally. Yeah, but it emphasises the point you were making earlier. You can't just
19.
defend and defend and
No.
defend.
16.
You've got to counter-attack. Because in the end, the Danish defence broken down.
I have a feeling that the Danes will be quite devastated if they lose this first game because they've been in the match but haven't been able to capitalize enough. No.
That's wide. So game point
20.
opportunities
Game point
for
16.
the Asian champions. Yeah,
Game.
on a run
First game
of
a one
4
by
straight
margin,
points,
and
closing out the opening game,
21-16.
21-16. Just 20 minutes of play. Yeah, you have to give credit to the Chinese pair, because I thought come the big points, the crucial points, it was awfully close, wasn't it? All the way through until 15 all.
Yeah.
You know, something about the smash.
Placement on the smash.
Yeah.
Service fault called.
I think the more the Danes can keep the shuttle going in a downward direction and get that front court player to try and finish off the rally, I don't see them actually winning that many shots. Rallies from the back of the court. I think they've got to work for the front court player. Kenneth Jonassen, Danish coach. You probably coached him as a player, didn't you?
Yeah, a number of times.
Former European champion, former world number 2. Outdoor life in Sydney, and here in the Olympic Stadium here, well, the Danes in a spot of bother. Yeah, it's well left.
Actually, the first 3 matches have all been won by the side who has lost the first game, so that's perhaps a little bit comforting for them, but there's still a tall task ahead.
Yeah, I like the idea again there from Camilla Rutiol.
There's too many mistakes from the front court. There's too many opportunities that are sort of turned directly into losers for the Danes. The chances are not big enough, and they go too much for them. That's a challenge. Yeah.
No, I'm not. Yeah, well, is it a challenge or isn't it a challenge? I'm not sure. No, it's not a challenge. I think what she was complaining about was the fact that Chinese pair, I think it was Ma Jin, wasn't it, that spread her arms as if to try and influence the line judge.
Yeah, well played by the Chinese.
Yeah.
Well played.
4-1.
Now this is the sort of rally from Tang Huang-Ting that you don't think she's got the freedom to do often enough in this partnership.
Exactly the same way as Camilla Rutiol. She's extremely dangerous in this position where she comes from the back court moving to the front court.
Service over. 2-4.
Super. Yeah, going out on the rotational play Having been the net player, the left-hander, look how she moves out, takes it on a forehand side, straight down the line. Magnificent smash. Low serve is short, deflected by the net cord.
5-3.
I was just watching that serve there, Steen. She does tend to walk into that serve.
Yeah.
That was a good spot by the service judge earlier. Just watch that back foot of margin as she serves. If she serves low. No, that was okay. That was fine. Oh, clever.
Yeah, but that's a terrible play by the Danes, and that's exactly what I was fearing that they were trying to do. We see it when Christina Pedersen tries to kill in the backhand from the net. It's not a good chance. We don't see it here, but they're going to work way too hard to score their points. Even if they were going to win that rally, I don't think they can win enough rallies like that to win the game or to win the match.
Pushed it wide.
Service over.
I don't know whether we'll be able to see it, but Christina Pedersen about to serve. On her low serve, she doesn't even look at the shuttle. She looks straight at her opponent.
There it is.
There it is. Yeah. Never looks down. So much in that groove and that rhythm of that low serve.
There was it where Christina was pushing at the net in the backhand side. It's really hard to score when they're in the defense, when they're in a good defensive position, the Chinese.
Well left.
Yeah.
Service over. 5-8.
Oh,
Well played.
that is a glorious,
Service over.
wonderful
9,
disguise on that
5.
drop shot. I wonder if part of her problem from the back of the court, Steen, not that, you know, in world terms, I mean, it's not that much of a problem, but
No.
it is only these fine differences when you get to this elite level. Margin has a really short grip. Now, I can understand her using that at the front of the court,
9.
but at the back of the court, she's losing power.
Yeah, of course she's losing power. That's mathematical or physical. If you have a shorter grip, there's not as much power as a longer grip.
Yeah,
And
longer the levers, the more power
Exactly.
generated
Yeah.
on the racket head, yeah.
And she's short, so her attack should not be as dangerous as Tang Yuanting or Camilla Yule. But good variation and deception, we saw that. See, that's why Christina goes for the kill again, and there's no chance.
Oh, my goodness.
Service over. 10-6.
Oh, desperation attempt at defence there.
Yeah.
Completely around the back. inside out.
And they're just half a step too far away from the net, and that makes the defense really defense, so to speak. Can't do anything but lift. Can't really push.
Power smash too
over.
flat.
7.
Yeah, it was a bit lucky because it's actually Majin and Tang Yun-Ting who's in total control of this match. That's well played. This time a success, going for the win.
8. 10. Service over.
Well,
11. 8.
disappointing from a Danish perspective. And it means that the Asian champions have a 3-point advantage here in this second game, having already won the first. Two players each conversing with one of the coaches. That always surprises us Europeans, doesn't it, Steen?
Yeah. But yeah, if you have the same idea, then it's perhaps not a problem.
No. The European way very much having one of the coaches, if there's more than one, giving the instruction to both the players at the same time.
Play. Service over. 9. 11.
Yeah, little look between the two Chinese players.
Yeah.
Who should have taken that?
I have a feeling actually that the Danes are overestimating these two Chinese players a little bit. I know it might sound strange as they've won so many matches, but in my opinion, there's actually not that much to be afraid of right now. Well played by Majin.
Good rally.
Excellent play by Majin. The way she sort of
10. 11.
gets herself in place by the net.
Motion.
Oh, clever. Desperation again, help me.
It's almost like tennis.
Service over.
Oh, the players
12,
appreciating
10.
that. How to outmaneuver your opponents. Oh, goodness. That was lucky, wasn't it?
Service over. 11. 12. Service over. 13. 11.
Excellent.
Yeah, just crouching down,
11.
driving that back. And Yuan-Ting. There's always two little hand signals from Margin. I think the first is where she's going to serve to. The second is which one she's going to cover.
Yeah.
She's going to look for the straight. Yep. Yeah, just sense that the
15,
Danes would have to be
11.
awfully careful right now, because I just feel that the Chinese pair are beginning to stamp their authority on this.
Yeah. I think the Danes have not really been in this match since like 15-all in the first game. They've won some points, but they haven't really been in
Service over.
any kind of
12,
flow.
15.
Yeah, now I like that. That's the variation in pace and the angle
Yeah.
on the attacking play from the Danes.
Yeah, so the positive thing is that they're only 2 points down.
Gosh, she held that for a while, didn't she? Need her opponent weight,
15.
and now just 1 point in it.
That's really good, in my opinion, because
15.
both the Danish girls are mixed doubles players, and if they can play from above the tape on the front court, they should have a very good chance of scoring points.
Perhaps just trying to force the defensive shot too
16,
much.
15.
And that was why I suggested that they're perhaps overestimating the Chinese a little bit. They want to do too much too early.
Yeah, that's good judgment.
It's been a little bit down the last 4 rallies, Margin.
16.
3 out of 4 points for the Danes is quite easy mistakes from her.
My goodness, she made contact. I didn't think. I thought she was leaving it.
Service over. 17.
Extremely good
16.
placement from Margin.
What on earth was she trying to do? My goodness me. I was playing with a backhand. And that could be a costly error.
18. 16.
Lucky for the Danes.
Service over. 17-18.
Coming over to Yule,
If you wish.
playing herself out of the rally here. There.
Yeah, she was overcommitting to the straight one, wasn't she?
There was only one player left to cover the whole court. So the question is, can the Danes steal this second game and force a decider, or will Margin step up?
Well, once again, crouching down. Those flat exchanges.
17.
Tang Yuan-ting just quicker on their reactions.
Service over. 18-19.
Huge point this coming up right now. Who's got the nerve? Yeah, she's not a threat from the back.
No, but she's getting the shuttle back in the same place 2-3 times instead of moving her. Perhaps not move her from side to side, because then Tang Yuan-ting will come back, but move her from one side to the middle to the other side, so she has to move every time she has to make a shot. She won't make any mistakes from just standing on the back court.
So 2 match point opportunities for Ma Jin and Tang Yuan-ting. And the error on the return of serve, and the Asia champions beat the European champions in 2 straight games. 21-16, 21-18. In a match lasting 43 minutes. Yeah, Tang Yuan-ting happy with that. So she should be. So that's 5 tournaments she's played this year, and her 5th final for Tang Yuan-ting. What a record that is. Now, for a 2nd year running, the Danes depart the Australia Open at the semi-final stage. It says thank you in English. Post-match interview after the All England victory with Bao Yixin earlier this year. First time ever I've heard a Chinese player speak in English, and she did extremely well, did Tang Yuan-ting. Well, it was awfully close all the way through this semi-final, wasn't it? But one always sort of felt that the Chinese pair, well, as you pointed out, Steen, I wonder if the respect given the Chinese pair from the Danes was a little too much, because we did see at times vulnerability with the Chinese combination. Danes vulnerable on defensive play if they weren't taking their defensive shots early enough. Always the 2-hand signals. That was extraordinary, wasn't it? Now, good performance from Ma Jin and Tang Yuan-ting through to their 2nd final of the year. The Sydney Opera House it's one of the world's most iconic buildings, I think, and perhaps the setting here in Sydney Harbour. I have to say, when the first time I got up close and personal with the Opera House, I was absolutely speechless. Nothing really prepares you for the enormity of the building and the stunning architecture. It really is. And as you sail past, which I was lucky enough to do, seeing it from different angles, well, you can understand why it is such an attraction. Beautiful, beautiful building. So now we turn our attention to men's singles, an all-Danish affair with Janor Jorgensen, the number 3 seed, up against Victor Axelsen. Janor Jorgensen, the reigning European champion. And this is a difficult match for both players. Never easy playing a compatriot in a major tournament. And of course, this man is the more experienced of the two. World ranking suggests that he is favourite for this encounter. Making his first appearance here in Sydney at the Australia Open. He was, in fact, the number 1 seed last year, but he withdrew after winning the Indonesia Premier Super Series.
Yellow or red?
Title the week before.
Red to yellow.
Felt fatigued and unable to participate in the Australian Open, so we're delighted to see him this year. That's interesting. Victor Axelsen saying, "I'll serve." Now, when we watched him yesterday in his quarter-final against the qualifier Boonsak Ponsana, he chose ends. And he chose this near side of the court, but it looks as if he's got both ways. Looks as if he'll stay this side. So, the number 3 seed, the 27-year-old from Aalborg in North Jutland, spent 14 weeks as the world number 2. He's also number 3 in the Super Series standings at the moment. 2 finals from 5 previous tournaments, and with only 4 losses, means he won the German Grand Prix gold. Well, it was a tough old battle yesterday in the quarter-final against the number 6 seed, Wang Chemin. Dropped the second game. There, as you can see, but my goodness, wasn't comfortable in the decider. 21-8. 2 left-handers in the first 2 rounds, though, for Jorgensen. So the European champion in good form here in Sydney. But if we're talking about good form, nobody in better form than this man, Victor Axelsen. 21 years of age from Odense. Number 9 in the world ranking at the moment, not seeded, has been as high as 6. And he's been in 2 finals this year, yet to win a title this year, though. Reached the final of both the Swiss Grand Prix Gold and the India Super Series event. But when we talk about good form, his first round here in Sydney, he beat the defending champion and the reigning Olympic champion, number 2 seed this year, Lin Dan. Beat him in 3 games, having dropped the opening game. Then Chinese opposition in the second round as well. That went the full distance. And yesterday, if you were with us, you would have enjoyed his match against Boonsak Ponsana. 2 straight games, but good to see Boonsak Ponsana back playing well after his injury problems. Now, as far as international badminton is concerned, as we look at our court officials for this men's singles encounter, Chris Yip from Hong Kong, umpire for this. This will be the 5th encounter in international competition. Played each other many times in domestic events, but as far as their 4 previous matches internationally, this man, Janor Jorgensen, has won 3 of their previous 4. Last meeting was this year in the quarter-final of the All England Championships. 2 straight games it was there.
Ladies and gentlemen, on my right, Victor Axelsen, Denmark. And on my left, Jan O. Jorgensen, Denmark. Victor Axelsen to serve. Level, play.
So the World Championship bronze medalist from last year, Victor Axelsen, against the European champion, Jan O. Jorgensen.
1-love. Service
Now, of
over.
course,
1-all.
Jorgensen is the favourite as far as the world rankings are concerned. I suppose part of it, Steen, is how well he handles the pressure of playing against his younger teammate.
Yeah, and also I think he has the lead
Service over.
3-1 in head-to-heads.
2-1.
And that's pretty much what the bookies have scored this game, 3-1. He is the more experienced player, has been in the top 10 in the world longer time than Victor Axelsen has.
Yeah, but you see, that looks a nervous shot to me.
Yeah.
Very nervous.
3-1.
Of course, I watched the match at All England, where the first game was a very tight game, 24-22 for Jan O. Jorgensen, and that sort of more or less decided the game. So, as we often see when players from same country meet each other, there's a lot of tactical things going on because they know each other so well, and actually quite often the matches are not that good as the spectators, but of course we had no choice here because the other men's singles semi-final is an all-Chinese affair.
4-1.
No, it's been a good start for Axelsen. That's a lovely play. Angled, steep angled shot. And then the follow-up. We were talking about that yesterday, weren't we? About follow-up after attacking shot in singles. That's gone wide. I can't believe how different
5-1.
Jorgensen looks with his smart new haircut. Long flowing locks until very recently, didn't he? And of course, these two players, they will train together on a daily basis, will they, Steen?
Yeah, they train every day in Copenhagen, and of course they know each other inside out, and that's why it's who can make it a little bit of a change, who has the best legs, who feels the most secure. That's lucky.
Oh, well, there's a challenge here.
Victor Axelsen challenges. Caught in.
Yes, it was called in. It's very early stages to be using one of your challenges. He must be pretty certain that was long in his mind.
My initial reaction was that Jan hit it on the frame and it stayed in, and it was really, really lucky. But let's see if that holds up.
Yeah, Hawkeye will adjudicate for us. Well, it must have been close because Hawkeye taking its time to make the decision.
And he doesn't look sure, Victor.
No. Oh, this is taking an age, isn't it? Well, the instant review system says in. Line judge correct.
Challenge unsuccessful. Service over. 2-5. I
think if Victor looks back at this, he would regret that he took that challenge. There was way too long a break for him. He had a good start to this game.
Service over. 6-3. Court.
Oh, it's good play. We were talking yesterday, or I was
7-3.
remarking with Axelsen how much better and more fluid his movement looks to the round the head position. This one here. And because he's more relaxed in his movement, I think he's more relaxed with his overhead shots, which means that he's got more options.
Yeah.
He can play with more disguise.
And can also cover the next shot better. So that sort of paves the way for a good variation from that side.
Service over. 4-7.
Seems like Jan has loosened up now, moving a bit quicker on court.
5-7.
He's a fit, fast player, isn't he, Jorgensen?
Yeah, very strong. Physical and endurance. Good call.
Yeah, pushed it long. Yeah, you were telling me that
6-7.
he really had the potential to be a world-class middle-distance runner. Or was that Morton?
That was probably Morton.
Morton.
Yeah.
Morton Frost, of course. Yeah. Set up with that round the head shot
Yeah,
again from
yeah.
Axelsen.
And Jorgensen
Service over.
points there and
8-6.
shows the hole that he knows that he's going to cover that next time. It's up to Axelsen to put some variation into it.
Oh, good reactions. Very, very good reactions from Jorgensen.
Service over. 7-8.
Yeah.
We can't really see from up here how big that chance was. Whether it was really big or just average. Depends on the height of the net. There was the good variation with the
Service
straight
over.
smash.
9-7. Service over. 8-9.
I have a feeling that Victor Axelsen has used more psychological energy in the first 3 rounds than Jan Jorgensen. Jan was playing 3 games yesterday, but the first 2 rounds was quite convincing against pretty good
9-all.
players.
Yeah.
Tan Ung Sak and Lee Hyun-il. Could make a difference.
Just wide. Yeah, I agree with you on that. I mean, the emotional
over.
effort
10-9.
beating the reigning Olympic champion in round number 1 from Axelsen does take its toll. Oh, goodness me, that's wild. 2-point
11-9
advantage
interval.
for Victor Axelsen at the mid-game interval here in the first game. And of course, there's no coaching staff involved because the Danish national coach will be sitting back, probably with a smile on his face, I should think, if he's anything like you, enjoying watching this and knowing that you've got certainty of a men's singles finalist.
The problem occurs after this match, when you have to coach on one of the players in the final and you have to pick the other one up after losing. So that's where the real job is for the coach in a match like this.
Eleven, 9, play.
read that, Jan.
Oh, yes, that's a good smash.
Excellent rally.
Yeah.
Service over. 10-11.
Oh, yeah. It was real hesitation after that round the head shot from Axelsen.
Long rally.
Service over.
I think Jan feels that if he can play rallies like this, he's going to win in the long run.
Because he feels he's got superior fitness?
Yes.
Or what's your theory behind that? Just the fitness?
Yeah, because he moves a little easier than Victor. A bit faster.
Yeah, I understand the theory
13,
completely.
yeah.
The thing is, sometimes when I watch Jan Jorgensen, you know, and he's playing against the other top 10 players in the world, and I think so often I feel he's too reactive instead of proactive within the rallies.
I totally agree.
Yeah?
Yeah.
And yet in this one, you think he should quite happily just keep the rally going because of his opponent today.
If it's all about beating Victor, yes. If it's about beating Chen Long and winning the tournament, no.
Yeah.
Then it's the other way around. Sometimes Jan plays to beat number 4 to 20 instead of beating number 1 to 3. And it's a totally different game that is needed to beat the 3 best players in the world right now.
Fascinating.
Because playing like this, I really can't see Jan scoring points against Lee Chong-wei or Chen Long.
No.
But we've seen it. We've seen him capable of doing it when he sort of opens up the bag and sort of puts pressure on Chen Long. I just feel that he's too keen to go back to this kind of play here in order to sort of do reasonably well. I would much rather see him lose first round 2 tournaments in a row and then winning the 3rd.
Crikey, that's a bold statement.
Yeah, but that's development. I mean,
yeah,
if he's happy being number 4, then so be it. But if he wants to be number 1 or 2,
and
want to win medals,
yeah,
then it's another game plan than this one.
I'm so pleased that you've actually verbalised that, because the number of players I see on the development path, and I think sometimes, look, you've got to be prepared to take a step backwards before you can take 2 or 3 forward.
Yeah.
And if that's what you really want to do, and you want to be the challenger for the gold medals, not just a medal, but for the gold medal, that's what you've got to do.
Yeah. No, that's a good shot.
But, you know, not enough of you coaches are bold enough to say that or give that belief to the players.
No. But we also might be wrong.
Well,
it's so easy being here.
Yeah, and the players themselves have got to buy into it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good play from Axelsen.
Service over. 16-12.
But if you are really to develop a new or different or better playing style, you have to be disciplined. I can agree that if it's the last 4 or 5 rallies in a match and you can get a chance to play tomorrow by changing your new style a little bit, going back to the old, then it's okay. That's fine with me. But not changing your total attitude towards a game in order to win it. Because then there's too many occasions where I feel that you will go back and say, oh, I just play the safe thing. par.
that's good play.
Yeah.
Now you see, just far more positive in that rally, Jorgensen.
Yeah.
And look at the result.
Service over. 13-60.
Oh, not bad. Yeah, good rally.
Yeah.
14-60.
Yeah. This is perhaps where I feel that
15-60.
the tournament is about to take its toll on Victor Axelsen. These movements to the deep forehand corners, front court corners.
Yeah. Of course, it was in the opening round against Lin Dan that my heart stopped a beat when Victor Axelsen lunged forward to the net and he's slipped and he stayed down on court for rather a long time. I thought there'd been a serious injury, but thankfully he was okay. So just 1 point the deficit now. Yeah, it is good use of that body smash, isn't it, from Jorgensen? It's going wide.
Yeah.
So back level.
16-0.
4 straight points, and the match is about to turn the way I see it. It's sort of up to Victor to take the initiative.
Oh, that's right into the corner. Brilliant. Yeah, a little bit of frustration from Jorgensen. Could have played it.
17-60.
Wrong decision.
No, succeeded. Oh, that was lucky for Victor Axelsen.
18-60.
Yeah. Playing that second net shot there, why on earth wasn't Jorgensen ready to pounce? Then snatched at the next one and made a dreadful error. No, maybe the nerves are still jangling a little with the European champion.
Another mistake.
Yeah.
19-60.
Fourth mistake. And now
20.
four game point
60.
opportunities. Wow.
That was a bit like we saw with Sana Navarre yesterday against Wang Xishan, fighting her way back only to make 6 easy mistakes.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, excellent
quick.
play.
That is quick.
Service over. 17-20.
Disguised drop shot. Look how
yeah.
quickly he's in. That's phenomenal.
It's a little bit the same complaint I had a year ago or so with Lee Chong-wei, that Lee Chong-wei was using his physical abilities a little bit in a not so constructive way, where from what we saw in Dongguan, it's changed. He's beginning to play a more clever game, and I think Yan has the talent to do it as well.
Yeah,
First
certainly the
game won
talent,
by
but
Victor
the
Axelsen,
opening game to
21-17.
Victor Axelsen, 21-17 in 21 minutes. Well, all credit to the youngster. Yeah, I think in the early stages, certainly Victor Axelsen more aggressive of the two. But as the game progressed, so Jorgensen started to look the attacking play, started to be more proactive. I think those 4 errors right at the end of the game. Oh, that's cost him dear. Yeah, it's a familiar skyline, isn't it, in Sydney? Yeah, those don't want to be quite so familiar, if they do they?
Second game. Second game. Level play.
So 1 game to the good. Victor Axelsen. Well, already we're seeing a more positive Jan or Jorgensen, aren't we?
Trying to up the pace.
One love.
Of course, both players fell ill at the Sudirman Cup just 14 days ago, but should have plenty of time to recover. Stayed in Singapore for training camp for these 2 tournaments, Australian Open and next week's Indonesia Premier Series.
Yes, where, of course, Jan or Jorgensen is the defending champion. Oh,
Good
that's
shot.
good. Very, very good.
2 love.
That's where he really makes use of his height. Becomes so steep. I think Jan is feeling a bit more pressure than Victor. Jan being the older one, sort of the defending Danish player,
Yeah.
feels that he should keep the youngsters behind him.
Yeah, and that's why I said in the opening game I wondered how he would deal with the pressure of
Yeah,
this.
yeah.
Because I think Axelsen's got the freedom to say, well, I'm not expected to win.
Yeah, he can challenge,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
but of course he'd like to win.
Oh, absolutely.
It's just that if he loses, well, no big catastrophe. He's
Yeah.
played a good tournament. If Jan loses, there will be discussions. Well, is there a change of guard?
Yeah.
Have the Crown Prince beaten the King and so on? And I think
4 love.
the key is to accept that Denmark has 3 really, really good men's singles players, and it's a lot to do with the form of the day.
Yeah. Oh, look at that.
This is
That
amazing.
is fantastic. He leapt from the base position in the centre of the court to play that round the head smash. Look at that! Unbelievable.
Let's see if he dares to cover the front court now. Oh, that's amazing. Again, lifts again. It's just going wide.
Service over. 1-5.
Oh, that's incredible. I seriously cannot believe the difference in this young man's
6-1.
repertoire from that round the head position. He's suddenly improved. Maybe that, you know, he's done what we've just been talking about in the opening game, being prepared to work on a certain aspect of his game. You were mentioning yesterday how he's improved physically and working with a, was it a gymnastics coach?
Former gymnastics coach.
Yeah.
Sport basics. Swedish guy named Mats Maidevik.
Service over. 2-6.
And that's sort of a long-term development. So patience is needed.
Oh, it's called out. There'll
Yeah.
be a challenge there.
Yeah.
I'm sure that landed in.
I'm not sure it landed in, but I'm sure it was questionable.
Out.
But it
Yeah.
was on its way out.
It was
until
definitely-
it hit the net court.
Yeah, badly deflected from the net cord. In fact, there was no question the flight of the shuttle was going to go well wide, but
It was an important challenge here.
yeah.
You're
Yeah,
right, Joe.
caught the line, yeah.
Correction. In.
And it's also about what way is it going to tumble when
Yeah.
it hits the net cord.
3-6.
Yeah,
Play.
Wow.
brilliant. Utterly brilliant.
Yeah. That's dangerous. That's dangerous to play too short to such a tall man.
7-3.
Yeah, 1 metre 90.
He's patient, Victor, in his attack. He's not really challenging the lines or anything. He's just playing.
Yeah, look at that. It's measured attack, isn't
Yeah,
it?
it is.
That was almost a half smash straight down the line.
And he were not at all in any danger of losing that rally. Staying in balance. And therefore able to follow up.
I know. But you don't do this.
Well, a little bit of a discussion going
Yeah,
on because Jan Jorgensen wanting to change his racket. No, I bumped into Victor Axelsen earlier this morning when he was on his way back from training, and he was telling me I knew he was a huge Arsenal fan. He said, no, I don't want to be watching the FA Cup tonight because if I win, I'm going to go to bed early.
Yeah.
I'm not going to stay up and watch it. If I lose, I will watch it.
And I've experienced players who actually got their mood spoiled if their team lost.
Their football team, favourite football team. Oh,
No,
my
no, no.
goodness me. Well,
9-3.
he's riddled with nerves. How on earth did he miss that? Half-court lift.
And that's the difference right now. Why going for the lines?
Yeah.
Another lucky net cord. That was also on its way wide.
4-9.
Yeah, that's good.
He's definitely going for the lines, Jan Jorgensen, but
5-9.
I'm not sure it's the right idea. Of course, if he's successful all the time, who can blame him? But I think his sort of advantage here is the speed.
6-9.
Speed of movement.
Speed of movement. So if he can up the pace of the game, he will limit the choices from Victor. Yeah. I simply think that he's falling so far behind that he's loosened up a little bit.
7-9.
Yeah. It's quite possible.
What was the score? 9-4 or
9-3.
9-3? Yeah.
Oh, great reactions from Victor Axelsen. Yeah.
Nothing to do about
Service
that.
over.
He did the right thing, Jan.
10-7.
Oh, that's good net shot.
Oh, slipped. That's a good rally.
Service over. 8-10.
I think Victor was simply too far behind the last shot there. But a good comeback.
Yeah, 5 of the last 6 points. Oh, that's nice. I like that.
Service over.
Just clipping the shuttle down.
11-8
Yeah.
interval.
So 11-8 in the second game, having already won the first, and Victor Axelsen looking very good indeed. Well, he showed great promise, didn't he, when he won the World Junior title in Guadalajara in 2010, Victor Axelsen. With the transition from junior badminton into senior badminton, especially for the male players, I think is quite a step. Physically, you have to mature into the senior game, and I think from what I've seen so far, with rallies like that and that strong movement, I think that transition is well and truly complete. I know you don't have the opportunity, but I mean, if you were speaking to a player like Jan Jorgensen right now, and been there in the timeout, mid-game interval. He's obviously riddled with nerves. What on earth do you say to him as a coach? You're an experienced coach. What do you say?
Yeah, there's not a lot to say within the match. It's something that you need to work on back home with the overall attitude towards the game, towards badminton. It's really difficult because, of course, all the players they care about what's being written about them, what is being said, what we're saying about them. But really, you have to find one or two persons that you really trust regarding getting feedback on how you're doing. I was at a speech once with one of the psychologists of the English national football team, and he told me that pretty much his job was to shield the players from all kinds of opinions from the fans, which can be
Negative.
I suspect very negative and very positive as well. So you want to sort of soak in all the positive and get rid of all the negative stuff. So I think that was a very, very good plan too.
Oh, that's a good angle. Yeah. Well, 4 straight points for Jorgensen, getting himself back level. I can only talk from personal experience, Steen, but I mean, I've been in these situations at the end of my career when playing against younger opponents, and you know, you are nervous because you so desperately want to keep your status. But you know, I got to the stage where I sort of said to myself, well, if I continue to play like this, I'm going to lose anyway, so what the heck, let's just go for it.
Yeah.
You know, throw all caution to the wind. Sometimes it worked, sometimes it was a crashing failure. So perhaps not the way to go, but that's why I was just interested to know what your thoughts were on it.
I think it's about
Service over.
not being afraid to experience these kind of feelings.
Yeah.
Because I think every player does. I don't think it's like Victor is not nervous. Of course he's nervous. He desperately want to win this match.
Yeah.
Jan is nervous as well. Chen Long is nervous when he plays.
Yeah.
But he's just more used to it and accepts that, hey, I'm nervous, and it's no good thinking about how I can play when I'm not nervous, because I'll always be a little bit nervous. It will vary from the importance of the tournament, but it's a mistake to think that the winners are not nervous. They're much better coping with the nerves.
Yeah. Well, I suppose to a large extent that comes from the player's character. No, so much of sport is dealing with pressure, isn't it? It's not just about talent alone.
No.
Oh, it's just wide.
Yeah.
Well, he's challenging that. I fear that will not go in his favour.
Challenges, caught out.
Yeah, that looked definitely wide to me, but we'll wait for Hawkeye to actually make the decision. Yeah.
That was quick.
Yeah.
Challenge unsuccessful.
But it's actually developed into a quite good match.
Yeah. All your
15-12.
fears that two players from the same nation.
Jen O. Jorgensen.
Yeah, but
One
it's
challenge
fascinating.
remaining.
I'm enjoying this.
Play.
Oh.
Well taken, my goodness me.
16-12.
That shows that he's on top of it right now, Victor.
Yeah, so having just lost 4 points, now he's just won 4 points. Make that 5 points. No, this is worrying times if you're a Jorgensen fan.
And it was a little bit the same we saw in the first game where Jan caught up at 16 all or something like that.
It was 16 all indeed.
It wasn't all mistakes here because Victor created that at the net himself.
Well, that's another unforced error.
18-12.
A little surprised he didn't challenge it.
Well, Axelsen just 3 points away from her third Super Series tournament final. Yet to win a title, though, the tall Dane. Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that.
Service over. 13-18.
Too short.
Yep.
The backhand and immediately punished. And I try to sort of
19-13.
gauge whether he's going to play one side or the other, Victor, and I simply can't see it.
That's a nice angle. Cross-court smash from Jorgensen, but is it too little, too late?
Thank you. Service over. 14-19.
Finds the nets on that little push,
20.
Jorgensen.
Match point 14.
And now it's match point opportunities for this man, Victor Axelsen. Oh, that's brave. Very well played from Jorgensen.
15-20.
Why on earth wasn't he using his speed forward to follow up earlier on in the match?
Yeah, and playing with finesse instead of power.
Yeah.
That really is the key, so he might as well do it because otherwise he's out. Patient play from Axelsen, I like that.
Probably the longest rally of the match, isn't it? Oh, good angle. He's missed it! And Victor Axelsen is through to the final. Very, very good encounter, and what wonderful sportsmanship from Janor Jorgensen at the end of that. That is super to see the two men from Denmark. 21-17, 21-15, the margin of his victory. And having put out the defending champion and two-time Olympic champion in the first round, Victor Axelsen consolidates that win and has booked his place in tomorrow's final. What a performance this week. from the 21-year-old. 44 minutes for that semi-final, and yes, Janor Jorgensen, you have to feel for him because he was obviously struggling to control his nerves. But you also need to give great credit to Victor Axelsen. He was patient in his attack. He was very varied in his attack as well. And what a delight to see that sportsmanship is alive and well in the sport of badminton. The way these two men congratulated each other at the end of the match. A match that had really been very fascinating indeed. I think that Victor Axelsen has taken a giant leap forward in his badminton development. I think his round-the-head play has progressed to a new level. And his patience throughout the match as well. Measured attack, controlled aggression at the match point and the moment of victory. And absolutely delightful to see the two men at the end of the match. Great sportsmanship. Well, the Queen Victoria building is, of course, renowned for its shopping, but I can tell you it's the most magnificent building in itself. The stained glass dome roof, mosaic floors. Even if you don't want to go shopping, it's certainly a place you want to visit. So after men's singles, we turn our attention to women's singles. And the reigning world champion, there she is, the left-hander from Spain, Carolina Marin, a beaten finalist here a year ago. Number 3 seed this year. In fact, 12 months ago, she wasn't even seeded. And she's up against the number 7 seed, Sung Ji-hyun of Korea. Carolina Marin yesterday against the former world champion Wang Yihan, I thought was absolutely brilliant. Came from 4-13 down in the second game. Won 11 of the next 13 points to level it at 15 all, and from then on in, she was definitely going to be the winner.
Shake hands, please. Shake hands. Sung, red, green. Red, green, your choice. You serve. This side. Okay, thank you.
So Sung Ji-hyun loses the toss of the coin, but chooses ends, preferring to start what Steen and I believe is the more difficult end for singles players, playing with the drift because it's difficult to control those punch clears and lifts. But here, the number 7 seed, Sung Ji-hyun, 23 years of age, born in Seoul. Her win-loss record for the year. She won the German Grand Prix gold event, beating her opponent of today in 3 games, 5 tournaments this year. And her performance so far, we'll look at her quarter-final yesterday against the number 1 seed, the reigning Olympic champion, beating Li Shuai. First victory at her 9th attempt, 10th attempt against Li Shuai. So that a monumental step forward for Sung Ji-hyun. For Carolina Marin, number 3 seed, number 3 in the world, has been 1 place higher, had a total of 3 weeks as world number 2. She's number 1 on the Super Series standing at the moment, though, having only played 3 of the previous 4. Super Series tournaments this year. Her win-loss record for the year, very impressive. 4 finals from 5 tournaments played, having won 2 of them, the All England and the Malaysian Super Series. And of course, those 2 Super Series victories are Premier Super Series events. Well, struggled through the first 2 rounds, and then yesterday, as I was saying, against former world champion Wang Yihan. So impressive. There's her coach, Fernando Rivas. And I don't know whether you got a chance to speak to Fernando and find out what he said at the mid-game interval of game number 2, but whatever he said in the coaching, it must have worked a treat, because the way she came back in that second game was stunning. So as you can see, this will be the 5th meeting between these 2 players. Previous 4, Carolina Marin has won 3 of them, including the last meeting, which was in the quarter-final of the All England this year. 2 straight games it was before Carolina Marin went on to take the title. I know you're good friends with Fernando Rivas, aren't you, Steen? And, you know, I don't know what he said as we look at our court officials, but it did work a treat yesterday in the quarter-final.
Yeah, there was a huge difference with the way Marin played in the first part of the second game and the second part. I don't know what he said to her. We just met briefly and just said congratulations. But I spoke to Carolina here before the match, and she said she was feeling a little bit tired in the legs, and you can see especially the left leg is a little bit strapped. Yeah.
And on my left,
much more so than yesterday.
Marin, Spain. Carolina Marin to serve. Love all. Play.
So the women's singles semi-final, the world champion, left-hander Carolina Marin against number 7 seed Sung Ji-hyun. And I suppose the question mark in my mind, Steen, is Sung Ji-hyun, after her victory in the quarter-final against the Olympic champion, first victory over Li Shuirui at her 10th attempt. I wonder if there's going to be an emotional and psychological reaction to that. You know, we were talking during the men's singles, weren't we, about the psychology of having beaten Lin Dan in the first round, players under pressure. Do you think that's going to have an effect for today's match?
It might, but I think it may take that Carolina Marin is a little bit marked by this tiredness in her legs, because I also think that Sung must be tired after the match yesterday.
Yeah.
Both physically and mentally. Never beaten the Olympic champion before. But interesting to see, because we discussed it. I don't remember whether it was on the All England or the Sudirman Cup that compared the development of Sung to the one of Bang So-hyun in 1996, where she was sort of in the same position, Bang, at that time, before the Olympic qualification year, that Sung is at the moment. She was good, but she couldn't really beat the 2-3 best players in the world because of different things. One player, the defense wasn't good enough. Another player, the attack wasn't good enough. Third player, the stamina wasn't good enough. Suddenly, it all came together in the Olympic year for Bang So-hyun, and it would be interesting to see if Sung can sort of do the trick over again. And a small indication of that could be the victory yesterday against Li Shuirui.
Yeah.
Because it's always comforting when you start beating players you've never beaten before.
Yeah, you get rid of that psychological block.
Service over. 3.
Yeah, and you feel that what you're working on is actually making a difference. Because you could also be working and working and working and still losing at the same players and beating the same players. And then you start questioning, am I going in the right direction?
Yeah, you question the development plan.
Oh, that was wide.
Yeah, good attacking play.
Yeah, and that's positive for Marin because she's had difficulties playing that corner. The straight clear from her backhand side has not been one of her best shots, so firing 4 or 5 clears with quality is comforting for her.
To go wide.
Yeah.
Five, 3. Six, 3.
Yeah. Overdone it a little bit.
Service over. 4,
Marin.
6.
Yeah.
Service
So I'm
over.
just getting
7,
used to the drift here on the center court. Drift going towards the far side of the court.
Service over. 5, 7. Service over. 8, 5.
A very quick movement from forehand side to backhand side there from Marin. Probably
Play.
a good idea for Sung to keep that drop shot short again.
Nine, 5.
Yeah, well, it's an opportune moment to take a little break, and wanting to just disturb the rhythm, the umpire saying no, get back on court.
But that's enough.
Oh, that's nice, isn't it?
10.
And she doesn't seem
5.
bothered by the tapings on her left leg, Carolina Marin.
Yeah, she doesn't like a good old mutter with herself, doesn't she? That didn't sound right off the racket. No, it
Service
is all
over.
right. Well, maybe
6,
Sung
10.
Ji-hyun had broken the strings there, but she didn't. Must have been just a mishit. It's a good rally. Oh, my goodness. Brilliant. Fabulous rally. The final
over.
shot after being in
Interval.
under real pressure. deep into that backhand corner. 5-point advantage at the mid-game interval. Well, all the concerns we had about Marin with all that strapping, I have to say, I think that, I know we're only halfway through the opening game, Steve, but she looks half a pace quicker than her opponent to me.
Yeah. I think Sung is having quite common first game after a tough and good victory, where you'd actually rather have a day off, but you have to play anyway, and it's a little bit tough getting started and so on. I think
11-6.
we'll see her work her way into this match. I hope we'll see her work her way into this match, because they tend to play good matches against each other. If not, then we just have to acknowledge that the match yesterday has sort of taken its toll on Sung.
Thirteen, 6.
And right now she's not able to cope with the pace. That's for sure.
Oh. Well, going for the net kill,
14,
completely
6.
mistiming it. Seven of the last 8 points going to the world champion. Look at this. Well, actually, the shuttle was upside down, in fairness, as she tried to hit it.
Six.
Yeah.
So,
how on earth could I play so good yesterday and not really hit it today? Must you be thinking?
Well, I know. I mean, that's the thing. But I don't know if I'm being terribly harsh. I probably am. But the number of times I watch Sung Ji Hyung, and she seems to be a slow starter.
Yeah.
And a little stiff in her movement, regardless of who she's played the day before, or whether she's had a tough match or an easy match.
Yeah, exactly. It's just even more today,
yeah,
the way I see it. But perhaps it's because we know that she's been playing this this exciting match yesterday. What's really going to be interesting is to see the beginning of the second game, when she plays up against the drift that we in some ways still believe is there, but not too much.
Yeah, it's definitely not as pronounced as it was earlier in the week, is it? The drift. Disguised drop shot.
Yeah, it's a very, very good rally from Marin, because she was a bit more under pressure in the beginning of the rally, but when Sung was a little bit unprecise, she sort of stepped in immediately and took control over the rally.
Service over. 8-17. Carolina.
Yeah, bounce off the net cord back towards her. She has a second go at it.
9-17. Ten, 17.
Oh, that is nice. I like that. Well-constructed rally. Making Carolina Marin
17.
run the full diagonals. Deep round the head corner, forehand net. Deep round the head corner, forehand net again.
Yeah, and a lot of conversation going on from Fernando Rivas. Probably didn't like the last 3 rallies. Wide.
So is that. Well, she's going to challenge. I think that's a
Marin,
wasted
challenge.
challenge, in my opinion. But
Gold.
Yeah, but I think it's also to get a little break because she's lost the last 4 points, I think,
yes,
and hasn't been playing well. It's like she's been complacent that, okay, this first game is more or less in the bag, but it's not. And it's not about a game, it's about playing the right way.
well, waiting for Hawkeye to make the decision. Oh,
It's in.
well, that does surprise me. That is a real surprise.
Challenge successful. Correction. In. Service over. 18, 11. Play.
Oh, good defence. Well, she is excessive at times with her verbal celebrations.
I was just thinking that we saw yesterday an umpire sort of mentioning you're not allowed to shout in the direction of your opponent.
Yeah.
And I think that's fine, but then we need to see consistency, that it's also emphasized today.
Yeah. I agree.
Service over. 12, 19.
Well, the last 5 minutes has been the way they should be for Sung Ji-hyun, should she have a chance of coming back in the second game. I still don't think she's going to make it in this game, but she's got some hope.
Yeah, really good pressure
Service over.
from Carolina Marin.
20, game
And a
point.
nice way
12.
to earn herself game point opportunities. Smash down the line. The follow-up that we talked about yesterday, talked about it earlier today. Follow forward to the net, put pressure on your opponent. That's game wide. Ooh. Yeah, it's a good rally.
Service over.
Well, I
13,
think
20.
even if she doesn't win this opening game, Sung Ji-hyun looks to me as if she's settled into the match more, which is a very
Yeah.
good thing from her perspective. before the start of game number 2. Brilliant. Got such variation round the head, Carolina Marin.
First game won by
And the
Carolina
opening
Marin,
game, 21-13 to the reigning world champion from Spain. Not only a very good coach, Fernando Rivas, a very intelligent man. He's doing a PhD at the moment, sports science.
Yeah, and not only a PhD in sports science, but a PhD in badminton.
There's good variation from both players. Well, he won't be happy that she had that little lapse of concentration towards the end of the opening game. I think overall he should be pretty happy with her play so far. Bondi Beach, I checked it out the other day. Absolutely fabulous. Entertainment in itself, watching some of the surfers. I didn't fancy that swimming pool, though, I have to confess. It's no wonder the Australians are so good at water sports, isn't it?
Second game, love all. Play.
So last year's beaten finalist, Carolina Marin, 1 game to the good. But what a year she's had. Who would have thought a year ago here at the Star Australian Open
1 love.
that we'd be saying in 12 months' time, world champion, winner of 2 Super Series titles, 2 Premier Super Series titles. In fact, her first ever Super Series title was the All England earlier this year. That's amazing, isn't it? Amazing to win a world title before you've won a Super Series title.
Yeah.
2 love.
The Danish coach and the Danish assistant coach in Spain, Anders Thomsen, he told me that from the Australian Open last year and up to the Worlds, they were actually increasing the amount of practice from 2 times a day to 3 times a day. So
Service over.
that probably is the way to create quick results if you can stay healthy and avoid injuries.
Play.
How lucky was that? A wry smile from both of them. Marin in all sorts of trouble. Gets the lucky net cord. Look at that. Just goes over. Steen, I'm actually really fascinated by that little piece of information you've given us about increasing the practice sessions from 2 to 3. Do you know whether they actually increased the time on court, or were they looking at 3 shorter quality sessions, keep the quality up the whole time, or was it increasing the sheer amount of time on court?
I don't know for sure, but I'm almost positive that they increased the amount of time on court as well, because I know that they're not sort of skipping minutes of practice, even if there's a hard practice in the morning, and then sort of say, okay, let's quit 10 minutes before. That's not going to happen. They just sort of tailoring the practice to the amount of intensity that's been going on earlier. So I would suspect that it's increased time on court or in the weight room or whatever.
Overdone it just too long. Yeah, it's interesting because I think that sometimes, especially in Europe, when we're trying to develop some of the younger players, it's all focused on too much on time on court and not enough on quality. I've certainly witnessed it myself with players, you know, and they're so tired that they're actually practicing badly, and all they're doing is reinforcing bad habits. So if you can keep the quality up for 3 sessions a day, that to me is more important.
Yeah, that's one of the things that the Spanish coaches are really good at enforcing, that there must be quality in it.
Yeah.
There's also some practice that's just hard, physical.
Yeah.
But that's okay, as long as you distinguish between them.
Yeah.
And I think that the other European nations should learn from this, that sometimes we can be too patient, sometimes we can be too complacent, say, oh, we're in the process of development. Yeah, that's fine, but sometimes you have to be patient, but at other times you must be impatient and wanting it as fast as possible.
Now, is that from the coaching perspective or from the player's perspective?
I think it's probably beginning with the coaches, because that very often you sort of try to tell the players, well, we're working in a long-term perspective and this and that and all kind of crap, actually.
Yeah.
Where you should say, hey, now we're doing a focused effort here on your defense, on your attack, on your movement, or whatever it is. But we're being focused and we're being efficient, and we need it to be working within a couple of months.
Yeah. I suppose that's the difference with the philosophy with coaches within individual sport, even though, you know, you were the national coach and coaches. There is Parksy. The Korean national coach, Park Tae-sang. You know, the difference between that and you know, I'm thinking about the football coach back home. If the team doesn't perform, it's the coach that goes.
Yeah.
There's sort of no blame put on the players at all. And that's unrealistic. It can't all be the coach's fault. But the coach is sacked and they get another coach in. And you know, the philosophy that you're saying here, well, in the individual sport, coaches are a little too patient.
Yeah.
You know, push the players a bit more.
Yeah, you have to develop the players, because you can't buy players here. This is a national. I mean, if coaches of national teams in team sports were judged the same way, they're not able to buy players for a national team.
No.
So you have to work with who's there, and yeah. I haven't coached team sports, so I can't know exactly how it is, but I think it's a lot about getting people to read the game in the same way and getting to work together and so on. And you can, in team sports, in my opinion, you can compensate a little bit more for having lesser skilled individual players. In badminton, the stronger player
Service
wins.
over.
Yeah.
7-6.
It's out. Yeah.
8-6.
Yeah, got the net cord.
Service over.
Sung Ji Kyung.
7-8.
This one here, perfection. Look at that. Nice little reaction afterwards as well. Just wide.
Service over. 9-7.
It's of course interesting to compare Carolina with Victor Axelsen that we've just seen, because they're the same age, won the European Junior Championships the same year, and sort of say, hey, why is it that Carolina has suddenly developed quicker than Victor? Perhaps it's a little bit about the physicality and so on. And actually, Victor has developed quite quickly. But there's some ladies singles in both Germany and Denmark that hasn't quite been able to keep up the speed of development by
Service
Carolina
over.
Marin.
8-9.
Well, we can see from her performance today, she's a feisty character, isn't she? You know, she's, I think her determination on court and probably her philosophy towards training as well as competition has marked her as a champion rather than just one of the contenders.
Straight on.
Yeah.
Service over. 10-8.
And that's what's so amazing, because she's always been a first mover for Spanish badminton, winning a youth European title. And we discussed it a little bit yesterday, playing all these tournaments in Kenya and Uganda and
Yeah.
sort of places where we're not used to see top players compete. But overcoming this small badminton nation thing might have been just the key
Service
to
over.
that.
Yeah, and I
9.
think there's an awful lot to be said for learning how to win.
Yeah.
When you're an up-and-coming player, and especially coming out of the junior ranks into the senior badminton, you know, it's accepted that you lose because you're stepping into a different environment, senior badminton. Whereas, and therefore people get used to losing. To get used to winning by going round some of the lower grade tournaments, I think has been a wonderful development path for her.
And I know that has been chosen deliberately by the coach coming on court now, Fernando Rivas.
Service over. 11-9.
Yes, well, we will be coming on to
interval.
court because it's the mid-game interval and a 2-point advantage for Carolina Marin. Now, Park Tae-sang looking a little bit animated here.
Probably feels there's a chance now, only trailing by 2.
Yeah, and then look at her movement. She's moving much better.
Yes.
The Korean player. I mean, we saw from the opening game what a delightful mover Carolina Marin is, and that's, I know this is going to sound funny, but that may have come from her participation in flamingo dancing when she was younger.
So you're suggesting that we should
I did ballet when
take up flamingo dancing on the badminton practice?
I don't think it's such a bad idea.
No? I think actually it's a good idea. Perhaps not flamingo dancing, but doing other physical activities so that you get a sense of your body.
And especially controlled movement,
Yeah.
as happens in all dance. I suppose you can't imagine me as a ballerina
Service
growing to
over.
5'10". I don't think it was.
11.
I was ever going to make it really as a ballet dancer, was I?
Well, back to the game.
Service over.
Yeah,
12.
it
10.
was a nice idea. Just guiding the shuttle across court, taking pace out of it.
In some way, I have the feeling that she's on the right track, Song, but she's not really ready to win it yet. She has some good ideas, but judging when to use what is just the difficult thing. I like the idea of playing the net, but playing it so close that you risk making a mistake, that's not the key or the good choice. It's going to take a lot of patience for the opponents to beat Carolina Marin.
Oh, that was going
wide.
out.
Good shot.
Oh,
Yeah.
brilliant. Good rally.
Service over. 11-13.
Yeah. This is still wide open, isn't it?
13.
Yeah, back level.
Yeah, clever play.
Yeah.
13-all.
It's a fast-paced rally, isn't it?
And this is exactly this where I feel that Song is sort of
14.
missing a little bit. She's been playing a beautiful rally, but just wants it a little bit too much here. So the first thing to do is to make sure that you're in better shape than your opponent, and I'm not sure that Song believes that is the case.
13. Play.
That's great play.
Yeah.
That's great play.
Absolutely controlled the rally.
15, 13.
Look at how early she took that at the net. Forcing the short left and then the disguised drop shot. Oh, challenge here. Challenge from Sung Ji-hyun.
Sung Ji-hyun challenge.
Called
Called in.
Yeah, she disagrees. Well, I'm not going to make a prediction after that previous one, which absolutely astounded me. Hawkeye thinks it was in as well.
Challenge and successful. Sung Ji-hyun, one challenge remaining. 16, 13. Play.
Overdone it.
17, 13.
It's amazing.
18,
5 straight
13.
points, 13 all, you know, and I think I said just prior to that, this is still very open. Who could win this this match? And Carolina Marin has that knack of just knowing, sensing the right moment just to apply the pressure and play with more intensity. And 13 all was that right moment.
She's played well from the front court, Carolina,
Yeah.
forcing Sung to play really close to the
19,
lines, and that gives her
13.
these easy points now.
Yeah, 6 straight points.
Very interesting to see the final against Wang Xishan, who has the speed to sort of keep up with Marin.
Yeah,
20
well, it looks
match
very much
point,
as if it
13.
will be a Marin Wang Xixian final because there's 7 match point opportunities. Oh, well, I thought it was going to be 8 straight points to close out the game
Service
and the
over.
match from 13 all, but it's
14,
not to
20.
be.
Play.
This is played better and
Yeah.
better, Carolina Marin, as the tournament goes into its final phase. Started 2 3-game matches, but has been convincing in quarters and in this match.
Oh, good net shot. Short. Yeah. Converts on her second opportunity. 21-13, 21-14. And last year's beaten finalist has a chance to go one better this year because she'll contest the final tomorrow. Carolina Marin, her victory over Sung-ji Hyung of Korea. Yeah, she's looking more and more impressive, isn't she? Carolina Marin. This year, 5th final that she will contest tomorrow in just 6 tournaments. Very, very impressive indeed. Oh, she always looked in command. Carolina Marin. I thought Sung Ji Hyun played well in the second game, and certainly better than the score reflected. And the raised arms in victory. Circular keys. Real hub in Sydney. And those ferry rides, well, it's a very traditional way to get about here in Sydney and really are great fun. So after the 2 singles, we turn our attention to doubles once again here on semi-finals day at the Star Australian Open. This time it's men's doubles, and it is the defending champions. There they are, Lee Yong-dae and Yu Young-sung, the world number 1s. And they're up against the number 4 seeds, Chai Biao and Hong Wei. Well, when they won the title last year, Lee Yong-dae and Yu Young-sung, it was the end of 3 remarkable weeks because it was their 3rd Super Series title in as many weeks, starting in Japan, then the Indonesian, and then here in Sydney. Well, Chai Biao and Hong Wei have already won a Super Series title this year. That was in Delhi,
Green,
the
black.
India Super Series.
Lee service. Hong this side.
David Turner, our umpire from Australia. And the Koreans, by their own very, very high standards as world number 1s, had an indifferent start to the year. Their first tournament of the year, the All England Championships, number 1 seeds, lost in the first round to a Danish combination. And that's Conrad and that's Colin. But they are the number 1 pair in the world. There are only 10, interestingly, on the Destination Dubai ranking list. Only played 3 of the previous 4 Super Series tournaments, but my goodness, haven't they been impressive so far? Look at that. All of their matches in straight games, including the quarterfinal against number 5 seeds Hiroyuki Endo and Kenichi Hawakawa. As far as Chai Biao and Hong Wei are concerned, Hong Wei is the taller of the two men. I think they're both pretty tall. Anyway, Chai Biao, 24 years of age, Hong Wei, 25, making their first appearance here at the Australian Open. Number 5 in the world ranking at the moment. They won the India Super Series, as I say, 5 previous tournaments. And a bit of a surprise during the Sudirman Cup, but despite being the highest ranked pair, they were only selected once in the China campaign, where they won and retained the World Mixed Team Championships. A real battle yesterday against the number 7 seeds, their teammates Fu Haifeng and Zhang Nan. And of course, Fu Haifeng and Zhang Nan, 2 finals in Super Series events already this year, the All England and the last Super Series event prior to this, the Singapore. Dropped the opening game there before coming back 21-16 in the decider. Now, as you can see, this is the 6th meeting between the two pairs, and the last time they met was not that long ago. Quarterfinal of the Asia Championships in Wuhan, with the world number 1s winning 10 and 14. Only once has it been to 3 games when these two pairs have met each other. But I have to say, as we look at our court officials for the last of our semi-finals, I have to say, I don't know if you got a glimpse, Steen, of the way that Lee Yong-dae and Yu Young-sung were playing earlier in the tournament, but I've been very impressed with them. Having been a little critical in recent months with their start to the year, I thought the Koreans earlier this week have been superb.
Yeah, I haven't seen them playing this week. We saw them in the Sudirman Cup, losing in the first team match to Tan Wee Kyung and Go Vi Shem of Malaysia, but later on getting revenge.
Ladies and gentlemen, on my right, Lee Yong-dae, Yu Yeon-sung, Korea. On my left, Chai Biao, Hong Wei, China. Lee Yong-dae will serve to Hong Wei. Love all. Play. One love.
Well, I think we should be looking out for Lee Yong-dae's capabilities at the front of the court. One of the most dangerous players in world badminton, I think, on the front court area.
Yeah, here's his partner in the head.
Love.
Very dangerous situation. When you look back, go to the side, and the shuttle suddenly comes against you.
Called long.
3 love.
Error on the low serve.
Service over. 1-3.
Dominated front court.
Yeah.
Service over 4-1.
Three good plays from the front. Wonderful interception to finish off.
Service over 2-4.
And China has done very well in men's doubles in this tournament.
Yeah.
3 out of 4 semi-finalists from China.
Oh, that's good. Good rally.
There was deception on that lift from Liang Day, but excellent work from Hong Wei.
Three, 4.
He's a tall man, isn't he? Long way. 1 meter 90. Both his parents were professional basketball players.
Good play. Play.
Yeah, well, the next shot perfection, but what was so good was his timing of his movement going forward. Look at that.
Five, 4.
4 straight points by the number 4 seeds. Five straight points. Yeah, it's great disguise on that drop shot.
6.
And it was crisp too, wasn't it?
It was. They're very, very good in the attack, these two Chinese players. I've seen them a number of times playing Bo and Mogensen, and the Danes had really problems coping with this Chinese pair, at least in the beginning. But I actually think that the Danes got good tactic. But you can see here the Koreans, they cannot get out of the defense, and I think they'll have to regroup and try to get the initiative a little bit more in the service situation. Good serve. Both Chinese players really good servers.
Oh, this is extraordinary, isn't it? 1-4 down.
Service over 8-4.
Well, I must have had the score wrong there.
Service over. 5-8. Six, 8.
No, I'd got the score right, you know.
Yeah.
I was thrown by the umpire saying service over. Oh yes, that's good.
They're very strong in the attack,
Service over.
Biao Che and Hong Wei, and also
9,
very strong in the flat game, so they can match the Koreans. They probably can't beat them in the flat game, but they can definitely match them in the good situations.
play.
So I think the Koreans need to sort of take the pace out of the rallies to get the lifts.
Fault receiver.
Oh my goodness.
10,
Fault
6.
receiver faulted for moving before the serve was struck. Well, he looks bemused. Let's have a look at it. Oh yeah, good spot, umpire. Very, very sharp. He did indeed move before the serve was struck.
Service over. 7, 10.
Oh, it's just missed it.
Yeah, that was lucky for the Koreans.
Yeah.
8, 10.
And they're not really afraid of the smashes of Lee Yong-dae. It tends to be quite flat.
Fault. 9, 10.
And actually in men's doubles, if you're hitting really, really hard but flat, then it's not so much of a problem for the opponents, because it's just about racket speed, and the speed you put into the shuttle as a smasher will be used against you. That's great run by Biao Che.
Oh, back level.
10, all.
4 straight points to do so.
Play.
Well, on a run of 5 straight
11,
points,
10,
the
interval.
defending champions go to the mid-game interval with a 1-point advantage. Well, their coach, Choi Min-ho, both pairs really eager to get on the attack.
Fault over. 11-10. Play.
Yes,
Service
looked much
over.
sharper at the front of the court,
11
Chai Biao, than
all.
I've seen him in recent tournaments.
He's played a typical background player in his previous partnerships. This time he's actually more equal, perhaps even the front court player, if you should name one.
Service over. 12-11.
Yes, of course, we first noticed Chai Biao when he was playing men's doubles with Zhang Nan.
Exactly.
And we know what a wonderful front court player he is. I remember you singing his praises when we were in Dongguan.
Definitely, and for a long while it seemed like it was the only constellation that Biao Chai could function in. But then the Chinese team found Hong Wei, and they started out really well at the beginning of their partnership.
Service over.
Yeah, they certainly did start their
12
partnership well, because they formed their partnership at the 2013 German Grand Prix Gold and they won it.
Play.
Oh, hit the top of the net and fell back the Korean side.
13-12.
Wide.
Good placement
Service over.
by
13
Liang Day.
all.
Powerful smash and steep smash from
Service
Hong Wei
over.
here.
14-13.
Yeah, it was good. We have been critical in the past of how deep the defensive stances are of the Koreans, and you could clearly see that then. That's clever. Well, there was a couple of
15,
times in that rally that
13.
Lee Yong-dae looked a little bit hesitant. Perhaps not entirely got his spatial awareness.
I'm sitting here thinking, is this Korean pair capable of winning on the big events, on the World Championships, at the Olympics? I've been puzzled that Lee Yong-dae doesn't have one of the big championships in men's doubles yet. And I think the playing style here raises some question marks to me whether they will be able to win when there is the highest amount of pressure on, namely at the Worlds and the Olympics.
15.
And I have to say I doubt it.
Oh, it's interesting because just a few moments ago I was contemplating in my own mind whether this was the solution. I think the Koreans have been searching for a replacement for Jung Jae-sung, with whom Lee Yong-dae won the Olympic bronze medal in London in 2012, but I too have my doubts. So another fabulous smash from Hong Wei.
And I think it's in some way it's about personality. Or I don't know the Korean players, so I don't know their personality, but their personality on court. I think they tried with Ko Sung-hyun and with Yo Young-sung right now, and I think the obvious choice, Shin Baek-chol, they haven't tried him enough. They tried him a couple of years ago, I think, when Jung Jae-sung was injured, and I think that would be the obvious choice because I think it's the two best individual players.
It's interesting because I talked to one of the Korean staff members with the national team about that, because I thought exactly the same thing as you, and he just laughed and shook his head and said, not possible. So I said, why? And he said, personalities.
Yeah, but if that was the case, then Denmark would have no men's doubles whatsoever. Because they're all different and difficult personalities.
Yes.
The men's doubles that have won several All England titles during the last 10 years, they're all very, very different as a person. And at some point, you have to figure out what is the more easy thing to change. Is that the skills of the players or the cooperation between the players?
Yeah, and I suppose, you know, as a player, you've got to say to yourself, well, put personalities out of it. What's the common goal? And if that is the gold medal at the Olympic Games or World Championships, you make it work.
And also figure out what the advantages of having different personalities, because I think actually if you're different and you can work it out anyway, that will mean that you're even stronger as a pair.
No, deep in conversation, the two Chinese players.
And I actually think that both Ko Sung-hyun and Yo Young-sung are a little bit too happy to play with Lee Yong-dae. And that they perhaps feel that if they lose, it's probably because they haven't played well enough. And I think they need to challenge that belief. Of course, I don't know if it's true at all. But interesting that Ko Sung-hyun and Shin Baek-chol won the World Championships.
Yeah, beating this Korean pair in the final.
Service over, 18 all.
No, that 18 all, that really comes down to holding your nerve. And found wanting on that return of serve by Chai Biao.
Also interesting that in this first game we haven't seen one single service fault called, whereas we saw a number of service faults in the Sudirman Cup. So perhaps they've been home practicing, the Koreans.
Yeah, well worked. Good variation on the smash from Yu Young-sung. Sliced the shuttle. One flat one, then the slice. Sets up his partner at the net.
18.
And this is what I feel might miss a little bit on the big occasions, the ability to play these long controlled attacks.
So 2 game point opportunities on a run of 3 straight points. And at that time, their return of serve was perfect.
Service over. 19, 20. No, play please.
Good rally. Unbelievable. Terrific. What a way to save a game point.
And I agree with you, Jill. Yao Chai has definitely developed as a front court player.
Yeah.
How good is that?
Play.
2 extra points required until there's a clear 2-point winning margin.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Service over. 21, 20.
Now this time the umpire does allow the Koreans off court to towel down before their 3rd game point opportunity.
Thank you, players. Play.
It's gone long, and it's 3rd time lucky as far as the Koreans are concerned. 3rd game point opportunity, and they convert. 22-20 in 25 minutes.
20.
Bit of an American celebration at the end of that, jumping in the air and thumping chests. No, that's so often in doubles, all about the attacking play. Whichever pair got the attack seemed to be winning the rally. I should think they'll be very relieved as much as anything about that opening game, because they were trailing for a while, 6-10 down. They did well to go to the mid-game interval with the advantage in that opening game, the Koreans.
Players. Players.
have to wait. Please wait for TV.
Vivid Sydney, 18 days, a festival of light and music. And I have to say, when I was down there the other day and looked at the way they light up all the harbour buildings and especially the Sydney Opera House, it really is phenomenal. It's a great atmosphere too. On until the 8th of June. Still time for you to get down there, Steen. Have a look at it. It's well worth it, I can assure you.
I will.
Second game.
I will.
Love all. Play.
So one game to the good. The defending champions, Lee Yong-dae and Yu Young-sung. And I always think with
One. Love.
this Chinese pair, they're very good front runners. And sometimes if they lose the opening game, then they can start beating up on themselves and they start getting a little bit frustrated.
Yeah, and it's quite understandable because, I mean, they actually played well in the beginning. So if they still end up losing the match, the first game, how on earth are they going to win the match?
Yeah, full stretch.
Service
Lee
over.
Yong-dae.
1-2. Ready to play? No. Play, please. No. Play. No. Play. Two all.
Of course, Lee Yong-dae shot to stardom when he won the Olympic gold medal in the mixed doubles discipline. And I agree with you, Steen. I've been thinking about what you said during that opening game. He's never really fulfilled his potential on the big occasion in the men's doubles discipline.
Well,
I think he's a better men's doubles player than he is mixed doubles player.
yeah, at least you could say that in the mixed doubles he needs a good partner. He needs a partner who reads the game as well as he does, because
Three.
the one thing that you could say he's lacking is the ability to kill the shuttle himself. And in the mixed doubles, you could say he has the female player to kill it on, but it's still not enough, in my opinion. And I guess it's the same in men's doubles. And his perfect partner so far was Jung Jae-sung, and they haven't really found anyone quite the same, in my opinion, yet.
Service over. 3 all. Service over. 4-3.
We do often have these spells in men's doubles where we have very short rallies. Good rally. Oh,
Yeah.
get up, get up. Great rally.
It's white.
Brilliant. Well, so much for my theory that we're having short rallies. That was magnificent.
5-4.
43 shots. Incredible.
Play. You. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a clever return of serve.
Service over.
Just enough pace on it,
5-all.
make it awkward.
It's been probably the most important thing in men's doubles right now. The ability to return serves well. Because it's so hard to
6-5.
turn the defense around. But perhaps the best pair in doing that is actually the Koreans.
Oh, it's good.
Oh, you slipped.
Oh, it's missed it.
Service over. 6-all. Play.
Yeah, it's gone well along.
Service over. 7-6.
Very good defense from Leon Day.
8-6.
Close over the net.
And I suppose this is where his deep defence is an advantage.
Yeah. He would have had the next one as well, because there were no angle for Biao Chai to work with at the net. I'm really surprised that we don't see more drop shots mixed in the attack, trying to get the opponents out of position.
What, especially from the Chinese
Service
pair?
over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
7-8.
Yeah, I agree, because, I mean, if we're noticing that the Koreans are very deep in their defensive stance, then I'm sure the players are noticing that, but maybe it's they're so quick on their feet, it's difficult to actually exploit that. Well, it looked to me as if he was trying to go for a more acute angle, slicing across the shuttle, Yeah, they've got to be careful with those flat pushes.
He's really annoyed with himself there.
9-8. Play.
It's so difficult to get it away from Lee Yong-dae when he does come forward.
Yeah, it's the placement of the shot that is so good. Seems to always have enough time to sort of choose where to aim it, whereas the ordinary player just quite satisfied in being able to play it in difficult positions.
Sheer power getting through in the end. But that's the sort of incident, if he had played the drop shot, Yu Young-sung was deep in his defence.
Yeah.
Look, he's going back even more.
And probably they wouldn't win it on the drop shot, but they would get the Koreans out of position, and if they aimed the next smash again at Yu Young-sung, they would have a really big chance of killing it. But, well, who are we to speak? They took the easy road, 3 hard smashes.
Brilliant. Yeah. Number 1 seeds, Lee Yong-dae and Yu Young-sung, sharp at that net, sharp on the attack, and a 2-point advantage in the second game, having already won the first. Yeah, time and time again, Lee Yong-dae coming forward, making the difference.
And there it is.
Yeah, you can't sit down on the job there. Do you think it's right for the Chinese pair to keep trying to challenge Lee Yong-dae at the net, or do you really want to get him away from that net area?
Yeah, if it was me, I would try to get him away from that net area, and I would try to figure out whether he was having one of his good or bad days, because if he's having one of his bad days, he's definitely challengeable. But if he's having one of his good, he's going to win the match for the Koreans, and then I would direct everything away from him.
Oh, that's lovely defence. Yeah. And that's what you were referring to earlier. The Koreans have this ability on the defence to turn their defence into attack with lovely little blocks like that.
Players, could you come to me, players, please?
Well, umpire David Turner's going to have a word with them.
We need to play. Too much delay, please.
Yeah, quite right too. Warning them all. Too much delay. Get ready to play. Not sure the players have really taken heed of that, though.
No.
Service over. 10. Well,
Now we got a chance to see Lee Yong-dae's service in from the court camera, and I'm not sure he's practiced that much.
You still think it's a bit high?
Yeah.
I did wonder myself.
Service over. 13-10.
So it's easy to understand the players' frustration when they suddenly come into another tournament like the Sudirman Cup and get called 5 or 6 times
Yeah.
during a match and say, hey, I played a whole tournament in Australia. I wasn't called one time.
Oh, terrible confusion.
This is what you said probably would happen, Jill, that they were
14,
sort of
10.
losing their composure. And
Chai Biao.
yeah,
Yes, and it bothers me when it is in a situation like this. I'd like to see them make more eye contact and encourage each other. There's a tendency to look in different directions and walk in different directions as if, you know, not necessarily blaming each other. But look at that.
15,
Oh, there we are.
10.
A little bit of an encouragement there, but a little bit half-hearted. Five of the last 6 points to the Koreans. Oh, he's down again. Oh, brilliant. Well reached from Hong Wei.
Service over. 11-15.
Yeah, that's better. I like to see that. I like to see the discussion. This is what we're going to do.
Play. Fault. Twelve, 15.
Players still very much taking their time despite the warnings.
yeah.
And we haven't had that many long rallies, have we? And here we are, 45 minutes into the match.
Shy. Thank you.
The umpire was right to try and chivvy them along a bit.
Play.
I think most players, when the umpires say, hey, speed up, don't do this, don't do that. From the players, it's in of one ear, out of another. The only thing that is sort of gaining any respect is a yellow card.
A yellow card, of course, an official warning. Good rally. Oh, yes. Good defence from Chai Biao. But perhaps the cross-court smash, the direction of that, playing his partner into trouble.
15. You return.
This one here from Yu Young-sung.
Yeah.
Play across court, you open up the angles.
There was no agreement on that one. Lee Young-dae is standing a bit into the left field as well, expecting a straight smash or a smash to the inner side of the player across from Yo Young-sung. Definitely not the outer side.
Service over. 16-13.
Great play by the Chinese. Good service return.
Service over.
Forces
14,
Yuan Sung to lift.
16.
And good attacking play.
No, all credit to the Chinese pair, because
15, 16.
my fears that they were beginning to beat up on themselves put to rest, because they really have fought back well.
Play, please. Play, please.
Yeah, just sensed, Dean, that was an important rally.
Service over. 17-15.
Yeah, the Koreans can afford playing to a draw from now on.
Eighteen, 15.
Oh, goodness! Oh, it's gone wrong. What a remarkable rally. Yeah, challenged by the Chinese pair, May as well.
And Chai Bao challenge. Called in.
No, it's not called in. It's called out.
He was called out, yes. No, was he?
Yeah.
So a good challenge by the Chinese pair.
Service over. 16, 18.
No, it was a remarkable dive early on in that rally, wasn't it, from Lee Yong-dae? No, difficult to understand why their court attendant wasn't on while we were waiting for Hawkeye. It was quite clear the player had dived and court would need some attention.
16, 18. Play.
Oh, does that go down as a missed opportunity?
Mm. 17, 18. You.
Oh, well taken. Oh, goodness me. Put that away with venom. And you close the 3-point deficit.
18.
He was indecisive in his service return, Lee Young-dae.
Yeah. 18 all. Oh, that's gone long. No question on that one.
Service
Clearly
over.
long of the back line.
19.
And that was an
18.
opportunity for Chai Biao.
He lost his balance here, so.
Yeah, more delays.
I would like to see the court attendant on court whenever there's these small breaks.
Yeah.
Running on court, seeing if there's some small
Play.
cleaning needs to be done, so that we're definitely ready to play.
Oh, overdone it.
Yeah.
And that error from Chai Biao gives 2
20.
match point opportunities
Match point.
to the defending champions.
18.
Yeah, that wasn't even close, was it?
Play.
Yeah. And look at the delights. The defending champions, Lee Young-dae and Yu Young-sung, through to the final once more. 22-20, 21-18. The margin of their victory against Chai Biao and Hong Wei. Well, they were obviously worried about that one. I think their celebration's an indication of just how relieved they are to get through to the final here in Australia once again. 55 minutes for just 2 games. Yep, I think the umpire was right. There was quite a lot of delay in that. Well, in fact, the match clock has just ticked over to 56-minute mark. Well, on course to defend their title. And once again, confirmation of the score, 22-20, 21-18. So as they take leave of centre stage, that match point opportunity, their first. Oh, converted, down on his haunches to play that defensive shot, Yu Young-sung. Lee Young-dae. Well, that... Yeah. Well, they have every right to be pleased with their performance. I thought earlier in the week they were absolutely stunning. Lee Yong-dae and Yu Young-sung. Well, that is semi-finals for today. Our 5 matches complete, which all started with an excellent mixed doubles, and Lee and Chow causing a big upset, beating the former world champions Tontowi Ahmad and Liliana Nasir in a very strange 3-game match. First 2 games, as you can see, very easy both ways. And then the women's doubles, the Asian champions beating the European champions in 2 straight games. The men's singles, well, according to the world rankings, that it was an upset. Victor Axelsen, who disposed of the Olympic champion and defending champion here, Lin Dan, in the very first round, has consolidated that win with a very good win against his teammate. Carolina Marin was outstanding once again in the women's singles, and as we've seen in the men's doubles, the defending champions through to the final once more. So we'll be back with the finals tomorrow. That's 1 o'clock local time, 0300 GMT, from all of us here in Sydney. From Steen Peterson, myself, Jill Clark. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye for now.